you're up.
Welcome, everyone, to the second day of the Water Science and Technology Board's annual spring meeting of the National Academy of Sciences. My name is Kathy Kling, and it is my honor to be the chair of this board and have the chance to welcome you all to today's webinar. For those of you who were able to join us yesterday, we had a lively discussion with 10 different federal agencies. We had quite the alphabet soup concerning water priorities and science needs for the country. Today, we are going to continue this conversation with additional federal agency partners, as well as hearing from congressional representatives and insights. So welcome if you were not here yesterday, and welcome back if you were. Before we jump into today's program, I want to provide a little bit of context and background about the Water Science and Technology Board and the role of the National Academy of Sciences. Next slide, please. The National Academy is an independent agency that provides objective advice to inform policy with evidence and analysis, spark progress and innovation, and confront challenging issues for the benefit of society. The academies is the scientific advisors to the nation. Next, please. The organization of the academies is done through large buckets of area focus. Earth and Life Studies is the area focus with which the Water Science and Technology Board resides. Within that, there are 11 boards. WSTB is the one that relates to water issues. Next, please. We are all things water. We have addressed and considered the broad range of topics related to water quality, water quantity, all sorts of science, hydrology, social sciences, ecology. There's a list here of the types of topics that fall in our purview. It's meant to be suggestive, not all inclusive: surface and groundwater, hydrology, watersheds, aquifers and ecosystem restoration, water infrastructure, water reuse, desalinization, storm and wastewater, water hazards, floods, dams, levees, hazardous waste cleanup, and water quality. Next, please. We have the job of producing several important outputs and activities. First, consensus studies are probably the most well-known product of the National Academy of Sciences, as well as the WSTB. These are large studies that are funded with specific charges to address specific questions of interest to the nation and the sponsors. But we also convene workshops and have more focused short-run activities, and that's a growing role of the National Academies and the Water Sciences and Technology Board. Finally, there's a variety of other products like biannual meetings like this one, webinars, reports, congressional testimony, social media, videos, and so on, where we engage with the public and the scientific community on important matters related to the Water Science and Technology Board's activities. Next, please. To give you a little bit more insight into the kinds of work that we do, here's a few examples of the types of projects we've had and focus areas within water quality: treating and managing source water, stormwater, and ag water, contaminants in aquatic ecosystems, hazardous waste remediation, and waterborne disease. Next. But water quality, of course, is not the only focus. There are a great many challenges facing the nation in water quantity and availability. In this area, we've done projects related to drinking water, the development of supply enhancing technologies in that area, innovative storage options, and many studies looking at competing water uses from multiple sectors. Next, please. And of course, everyone recognizes the important interface between climate change and water. In that area, we've looked at forecasting prediction models, hydrologic systems, floods and droughts, which are of course of increasing concern, effects of climate change on watershed management, in-store flow, and ecosystem service protection. Next, please. I want to now take a moment to introduce you to the members of the Water Science and Technology Board. I'll start with myself, and then we'll go through each of our members promptly. I'll invite them to unmute, say their name and their affiliation, so you can put a name with the face of the board members. So again, my name is Kathy Kling. I'm a professor of applied economics and management at Cornell University. Next, I'd like to invite Nusha to introduce.
Everyone, I'm Nusha Jami. I direct the Urban Water Policy Program at Stanford University.
Thank you, Nusha. Pedro?
I am Pedro Alvarez. I direct the ERC on nanotechnology-enabled water treatment at Rice University.
Very good, thanks. John?
I'm John Arthur. I'm the director of the Florida Geological Survey, part of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and also the State Geologist of Florida.
Ruth?
Hi, I'm Ruth Berkelman, and I'm emeritus professor at Emory University, and I've worked on waterborne disease and also directed a Center for Public Health Preparedness.
Thanks, Ruth. Jordan?
Hi, I'm Jordan Fischbach. I'm the Director of Planning and Policy Research at the Water Institute of the Gulf.
And Jordan will be the first moderator, so keep that face in your head because you'll be seeing and hearing from him shortly. Ellen.
Hello, I'm Ellen Galinsky. I'm currently a water policy consultant and a former state and federal water regulator.
Thanks, Ellen. Wendy?
Hi, I'm Wendy Graham. I'm director of the Water Institute at the University of Florida.
Bob? Robert Hirsch? Perhaps he's not here to join us. We'll circle back if he joins later. Vincat.
Vincat's not on yet.
Appears that Vincat is not here either. Thank you. Mark.
Mark Lechevalier, I am here. Retired as a Chief Environmental Officer for American Water, and now I do some part-time consulting. Drinking water, water quality.
Thank you, Mark. Camille Panu is also a member of the board, but is not able to join us today. David Sedlak.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Sedlak. I'm at UC Berkeley, and I'm director of the Berkeley Water Center.
Thanks. Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Tank. I'm a faculty member in biological sciences at Notre Dame. I'm a biogeochemist and aquatic ecologist, and I direct the Notre Dame Environmental Change Initiative.
Thank you, Jennifer. Dave Wagner.
Dave Wagner here. I'm a part-time engineer for Woolpert Engineering and a recovering federal employee.
Thank you, Dave. And Kay Whitlock is also a member of our board, and she also is unable to join us. Deb Glickson. Deb, I think I forgot to introduce you yesterday. Can you jump on, please? Deb is the director of WSTB.
Sure. Hi, I am the new director of the Water Science and Technology Board here at the Academies. I've been with the Academies for about 12 years in a couple of different places in the Ocean Studies Board and the Board on Earth Sciences and Resources.
Thank you, Deb, and apologies for yesterday, particularly since Deb does so much of the heavy lifting for these board meetings along with the rest of the National Academy staff. Next, please. Okay, so I'd like to segue now to the goals and activities that we're going to be participating in for the next 4 hours. We, as members of the Water Science and Technology Board, have the opportunity to take advantage of the key opportunities from the Academy. One of the things that the Academy prides itself, and I believe does very well, is to convene diverse groups of people addressing important science and policy questions in the nation. And that is an example of the kind of activity we're undertaking today. We will be convening this group. We'll be addressing interdisciplinary and collaborative topics And as we discuss things today, we want to keep high in our mind some of the new focus that many of us are feeling energized about and the importance of, which is equity and environmental justice for water-related issues, among many other in our nation. Next, please. Specific goals of today's meeting is to engage federal agencies and congressional staff on their water priorities in the coming years. We want to get up to speed on where all of our federal partners are working and thinking about what the key priorities are now and for the next few years. We want to hear from them about the science, engineering, and policy issues that need to be addressed during this period, and critically identify ways that the national academies can help to address these priorities. So you will hear us repeatedly asking for suggestions and ideas about how the national academies and the Water Science Technology Board in particular can engage and support these efforts. As you hear, those of you on the webinar, as you have ideas, please share them with us. That is really what the goal here is to have a two-way conversation where we get input from the broad view of stakeholders around the country. Next, please. As I said yesterday, we began with a very interesting and important set of discussions from a number of federal agency partners. Today, we're going to continue in that line in the first panel, panel 3. We'll be hearing from FEMA, NOAA, NASA, the State Department, and NSF. After a break, we will then hear from congressional staff and a variety of activities: House Transportation and Infrastructure, House Natural Resources, Senate Environment and Public Works, and GAO. In each of these sets of meetings and discussion, we will have a lot of time and hope to get a lot of input from other panelists as well as the public about what roles the WSTB can play. Next, please. And in that context, you can, and we invite you to use the Slido feature, which is located under the webcast, to share your comments, submit answers to questions or any ideas that you have. So please feel very free to communicate whatever you're thinking through that venue. With that, I want to thank you for joining us today, welcome you again, and then pass the baton to my colleague, Jordan Fishback, who will be moderating today's first panel.
Great. All right, well, thank you so much, Kathy. Good afternoon, everyone. We are really fortunate in our next session to have 6 speakers representing, as Kathy mentioned, 5 important federal agencies in the water realm: FEMA, NOAA, NASA, the State Department, and the National Science Foundation. So each of our guest speakers will discuss from their agency perspective the nation's most important water-related science, engineering, or policy issues, any related science needs, and how their agencies are working to address those needs. Each of them will speak for approximately about 7 to 10 minutes, and we're going to hold questions from the board until we've had a chance to hear from all of our panelists. And just as a reminder for those on the webinar, you can use the Slido feature to ask questions, upvote other questions, or further discuss when our panelists are presenting. So I'm going to turn to our first speaker. Mike Grimm, if you see the agenda, unfortunately was called away for a family emergency, but we are grateful to have Luis Rodriguez join us instead. Luis is the director of the Engineering and Modeling Division in the Risk Management Directorate of FEMA's Federal Insurance and Mitigation Administration, or FIMA, and in that position leads FEMA's National Flood Hazard Mapping Program. So Luis, please take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Jordan. Yes, and unfortunately, Mike Grimm got called on a family emergency, so I'm filling in for him. But hopefully I share information that you'll find useful about what FEMA's priorities are and as we deal with our water missions. So yeah, I sit in the Risk Management Directorate within FEMA, and so a variety of different programs that we administer in that part of the organization. But first, I want to express my appreciation for the invitation to join the panel, and as well as the opportunity to engage with really a diverse group of people focused on water-related priorities. So as we consider water priorities and future conditions, forums like this really provide a critical opportunity to take collective action toward catalyzing community partnerships to promote sustained and equitable investments in risk reduction. So I believe in the power of partnership and collaboration. I think many of us at FEMA do, to achieve FEMA's mission, which includes engaging with knowledgeable experts and stakeholders here today, among others. Many of you are familiar with FEMA's mission, which really is to help people before, during, and after disasters. So before disaster, FEMA delivers data, tools, trainings, and hazard mitigation grants to help address community resilience needs. In the Risk Management Directorate, we have a diverse portfolio of programs. This includes overseeing the nation's risk MAP program. MAP stands for Mapping, Assessment, and Planning Program. And the Future of Flood Risk Data Initiative, which is a component of the Risk MAP program. Coordinating state and local territorial mitigation planning efforts, promoting building codes for adoption by local planning authorities, supporting the earthquake preparedness program, and implementing a national levee safety program. The Risk Map program has focused on providing quality flood hazard information that builds flood risk awareness that leads to mitigation actions. And we do this all in collaboration with state, local, and tribal entities. Through the development of improved non-regulatory products, risk assessment tools, and providing planning and outreach support through our programs, we continue to help strengthen the ability for communities to decide how to best reduce risk. From FEMA's perspective, one of the most important water resource related issues is improving the nation's understanding of current and future risk and the ability to manage that flood risk. It's critically important that we collaborate with federal agency partners to improve our understanding of flood risk. It is also important to understand flood risk more comprehensively at the national level so that we can continue to improve decision making. One of the issues that FEMA has recognized is that the public too often perceives flood risk as a binary safe, not safe issue. Flood maps for the National Flood Insurance Program define the areas where federal minimum standards apply. Many see these areas outside of flood zones as completely safe from flooding. With input from the National Academies, the Technical Mapping Advisory Council, which is a federal advisory committee, and others, we are rethinking our strategy and moving towards a future based on graduated flood hazard and flood risk. This direction will transform both the flood mapping program and the National Flood Insurance Program into a risk-informed, financially sound insurance program that incentivizes mitigation action. Through the Future of Flood Risk Data Initiative, FEMA is exploring ways to enhance the Risk Map program and provide more comprehensive flood hazard and flood risk information that supports a move beyond binary depiction of flood hazards to a more graduated depiction of risk that shows a range of potential flooding scenarios. The Future of Flood Risk Data Initiative will help us meet our regulatory requirements, our outstanding statutory requirements in the Biggert-Waters Flood Insurance Reform Act of 2012, and set up a data as a service model that will serve the broader need of our stakeholders. FEMA is also exploring how to incorporate scenarios of future conditions into a framework of flood risk assessment, where the probability of changing conditions such as sea level rise, precipitation patterns, coastal erosion rates, and land use can be addressed in flood risk assessments and informed by projections from authoritative sources of climate data across the federal family. This framework and the resulting capabilities will support the continued transition to a risk-informed NFIP and provide a basis for evaluating the adequacy of the 1% annual chance flood as the minimum federal standard for floodplain management and mandatory flood insurance. At FEMA, we're looking at ways to increase our collaboration with other federal agencies in support of the future of flood risk data. We recognize that other federal agencies have data and expertise that can be leveraged to achieve mutual objectives. We continue to strengthen our collaboration with agencies such as NOAA, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and USGS, which will support the future of flood risk data. FEMA has had a strong relationship with NOAA for many years, and we heavily rely on NOAA's expertise, especially as it relates to future conditions and the impacts from climate change. We have also been working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to reduce the risk associated with flooding through risk assessments, risk analysis, and data sharing. We're also exploring partnerships with USGS to address a need for different storm type, stage, and flow records, and increased coverage of flood frequency data across the nation, enabling a more complete understanding of what drives current flood risk and the prevalence of those conditions in the future. A partnership between all three agencies and FEMA resulted in the development of integrated water resources, science, and services, which is a framework to coordinate water resources, data, information, and services across all our agencies. In addition to these partnerships and continued interagency collaboration, we also recognize the important role of the private sector and state, local, tribal, and territory stakeholders. With guidance from groups like the Technical Mapping Advisory Council, we're continuing to explore the roles of these entities in delivering graduated hazard and risk data. The important technical research and coordination between partners from all levels of government, our public and private industry partners, is an important contribution to fulfilling our mission. So in closing, I'd like to thank the Water Science and Technology Board for your continued commitment to improve the scientific and technical basis for resolving important questions and issues associated with efficient management of water, use of water resources. With that, Jordan, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Louis, thank you so much. That was very informative, and I'm sure there's a lot there to follow up on when we get to questions and discussion. All right, so next we're going to turn to one of the partners that you mentioned. So our next speaker is Wayne Higgins. Wayne is the director of the Climate Program Office at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I will turn the floor over to Wayne.
Thank you very much, Jordan, and thank you very much to the Water Science and Technology Board for this invitation and opportunity to speak today about NOAA's strategic vision for the future, and particularly how that depends on a closely integrated approach amongst our research and prediction services across weather, water, and climate programs. If I could have the next slide, please. So, as depicted on the slide here, NOAA views weather, water, and climate as inextricably linked, with water really serving as an integrator, if you will, at the center. I'd like to emphasize that this has not always been the case. In fact, in the past, scientific communities that have studied and predicted the atmosphere of the oceans and the terrestrial hydrology have not been organized, or they have been organized around their own disciplines, and thus separated from one another and from the end users in that sense. However, in the context of our changing and warming climate, the nation is increasingly requiring actionable information that informs decisions that need to be made before, during, and after weather, water, and climate-related events, and I would say in especially extreme events. Today, of course, NOAA is now fully integrating weather, water, and climate programs in order to provide society with state-of-the-art science, actionable data, information, and services to help mitigate, prepare for, and adapt to these changes. And we look at this as a very, very important way to ensure that we're saving lives, livelihoods, property, and ecosystems. Next slide, please. So as evidence of NOAA's changing approach, what follows is a series of cross-agency initiatives that, first of all, embrace this weather-water climate linkage, And second of all, are very focused on providing everyone with equitable access to services and information that they need for their unique circumstances. And the first item I want to emphasize is on this slide here, which is that NOAA is developing a weather, water, and climate strategy. And this is a 5-year plan that is focused on 6 societal challenges in order to help prepare the nation for the impacts that are anticipated in the weather, water, and climate realm, particularly as we experience variability and change. Those 6 challenges, which I'll just run through quickly here, are water availability and quality, coastal resilience, blue economy, extreme events and cascading hazards, space weather, and greenhouse gas monitoring and assessments. Now, in addition to advancing the science that we need to improve predictions of the societal challenges, through this strategy, we seek to transform weather, water, and climate information service delivery to equitably, again, meet and support evolving societal needs. This weather, water, and climate strategy also directly supports NOAA's commitment to working closely with partners, and I really want to stress, including all of the agencies represented on this panel, as well as non-federal partners and the public. Next slide, please. So moving through the various initiatives, the first I wanted to mention is NOAA's Climate and Fisheries Initiative, which has been approved by NOAA's Weather, Water, and Climate Board to consider how changes to the Earth's climate and oceans are impacting the distribution and abundance of marine and coastal species. And we envision here a future with very robust climate and ocean-related forecasts, predictions, and projections. This initiative will build a nationwide operational ocean modeling and decision support system, working closely with our external partners to provide decision makers with the information they need on future conditions, risks, and adaptation strategies for climate-informed stewardship of the nation's valuable marine ecosystems. Next slide, please. The Precipitation Prediction Grand Challenge envisions a more accurate, reliable, and timely suite of precipitation forecasts across timescales to be developed through and through a development and application of a fully coupled Earth system prediction model. And you might ask, why now? Well, clearly, as with the previous initiative, user needs are driving the strategy. And whether we're talking about drought, or coastal inundation, or many other types of challenges in the water realm, for example, the built environment, to decision makers, we need to know more about when it will rain, where it will rain, how much it will rain, and whether the precipitation itself will fall as rain, snow, or sleet across timescales. The reality is that today's state-of-the-art global models, and I would say this is true pretty universally, exhibit systematic errors that are as large as the real precipitation signals that we're trying to model. And in fact, many of these errors have been around for decades. So this challenge envisions an alignment of the research community, and through the actions proposed in this strategy, we will advance understanding of predictability to improve the process level understanding and modeling that we need to deliver more effective, useful, and timely precipitation forecasts across timescales. Next slide, please. The third initiative I wanted to highlight is the Coastal Inundation and Climate Timescales Initiative, which envisions a NOAA national capability to produce and provide authoritative data, products, and other information and services to quantify and communicate across timescales coastal flooding and inundation risk for the U.S. and its territories. The increased threat of inundation is certainly compelling governments and other decision makers in coastal areas to consider and plan for adaptation investments that reduce risk and improve resilience to coastal flooding events. But the reality is that currently coastal flooding and inundation information, especially for risk identification and amelioration of such, is fragmented and available in many forms and through different delivery mechanisms. So through this initiative, we want to address the broad spectrum of user needs through a centralized, integrated, and operational framework of data, products, and information services. And this capability will provide authoritative data and products that are easily accessible alongside tools and applications to improve the resilience of the nation to coastal inundation from climate variability and change. Next slide, please. This slide covers a suite of activities from the Climate Program Office, my home office, that are water related. They all convene relevant actors in water resource management, and they connect them to scientific research assets. The items here include the Regional Integrated Sciences and Assessments Program, Climate Program Office's efforts to advance water resources and particularly risks thereof, focused on the water infrastructure in the Great Lakes region, and also a water resources dashboard. Again, these are interdisciplinary science efforts that link the physical and social science programs and initiatives within NOAA to our on-the-ground constituencies. And each of these activities leverages NOAA's capabilities to help Congress, federal agencies, and the public address water issues. As one specific example, one that I'm probably the most familiar with, the Water Resources Dashboard includes a number of cutting-edge scientific tools, tutorials, and information to help water managers work and develop with NOAA scientists and leaders the information that they need for water research, for water resource management. So if we could go one more slide, please. So let me conclude by saying, as a science, stewardship, and services agency, NOAA is supporting the Biden administration's priorities to address the climate crisis, address racial inequities, to make sure that we are enhancing the economy and restoring America's global standing. And in particular, NOAA is continuing to ensure that the agency's science aligns with user needs and that the results of the science are available where, when, and how people need it. I, again, really thank the board for this invitation and for the opportunity to share a bit with you of our vision for the future and the opportunities we see before us now and into the future. And I welcome your questions and look forward to future collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wayne. That was very informative as well. And yeah, we'll get into questions towards the end of the session. Okay, so I think now we can turn to one more of these key agencies that's also a major data partner. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Lawrence Friedel, who's the director of the Applied Science Program at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Great, thank you, Jordan. And let me share also my thanks to the board as well as to Deb and the entire board staff. I really appreciate all the preparations and all the way you helped get us ready for this. I think this talk is really timely, or the panel is really timely in our case, given President Biden's announcement yesterday about NASA's new Earth System Observatory and all. And while that announcement was much more about upcoming observing systems, I wanted to talk today a little bit more about enabling uses, some of the direction we have within the Applied Sciences Program, and certainly some of the challenges we're seeing in terms of uptake of some of the data by water managers and all. Next slide. So within NASA Earth Science, we think about it in terms of this end-to-end sort of system, incorporating everything from technology all the way through to applications. And so if you're not as familiar with NASA, we have about 20 active satellites and supporting over 1,000 research grants. And some of the key emphases that we have in terms of, we recognize that space provides global observations. And so it provides this consistency, and we can collect data in places that are really hard to have people get to in person to collect information. In addition, we pride ourselves in having very highly calibrated and validated data products, and all of that is full and openly available. And part of it is also the fact that we're really sort of enabling these uses, and actually the focus on applications is actually in our founding legislation. And it's certainly been emphasized by many different Academy reports. And so we're glad that is also part of our Earth System program. Next slide. And so a big focus is on the water cycle. We recognize that water is the great connector on Earth. And so within our observations and our research program, we're really trying to address what are some of the key gaps in the collective knowledge about the water cycle. And you can see on the slide here, the items in blue and in yellow, those represent our space-based missions or instruments. And on the research side, you know, the program is really looking at two aspects, both to characterize the water quantity within a given pool, like a snowpack or rivers or lakes, aquifers, and how much is actually moving between the pools. And I would say that the latter part is often less considered, but I think that's an important thing for us to be looking at. And next slide. And a key aspect also we recognize is the fact that modeling is needed to bring all these different connections, all these different parts of the water cycle together. And that's really where we can start looking at the movement between these pools. Next slide. And so we have many current satellites going on, but there's three important ones I wanted to share with you if you're not already familiar that are coming in the next couple of years. One is Landsat 9, the next in the Landsat series, and it's going to be continuing the thermal bands, actually improving it a little bit, and it's going to be continuing support of evapotranspiration and looking at, you know, water use and all. And another one is what we call SWOT, or the surface water and ocean topography. This is going to be looking quite a bit at surface water and also stream flow. And so we're going to be getting the inventory of terrestrial water bodies with areas that are greater than 250 meter by 250 meter, as well as rivers with widths of 100 meters or more. And so this is going to be a huge boost for looking at these flows between pools. And the third one, coming up in early 2023, is a synthetic aperture radar mission that we're actually doing together with the Indians. And one of its many products is going to be looking at soil moisture. And it's going to be getting a global product down to about 200 meters in terms of soil moisture. So it's going to be radar, so it may be a little bit noisy, but at the same time, you know, the ability to do that soil moisture measurements at that level will really be important to helping us with parts of the global water cycle. Next slide. But we recognize that our job isn't done just by launching the satellites and making the data available. The real value and the benefit is in improving the collective knowledge scientifically, as well as helping people to apply these insights. And so these are just three examples, three water-related examples in a very simplified process of helping to identify the gaps, partnering with different organizations, and helping to apply the data and the model outputs to improve decision-making. And we want to get into one example in particular. So next slide. And so really as the Applied Sciences program, we really cut our teeth on sort of one-to-one partnerships. So one partner, one project. And we really started this as an opportunistic approach. And so the example here is that the Navajo Nation, they've got about 200,000 people across 70,000 square kilometers, which is larger than the state of West Virginia. And that land is prone to frequent and pervasive drought. But they have 85 rain gauges across that whole area, and they weren't able to adequately represent the variability that existed in terms of water. And so therefore they work with us to apply the data that we had from satellites about precipitation and land surface temperature, as well as information from models, together with their rain gauges to develop a tool, a drought severity evaluation tool. And this really allows their Department of Water Resources to support much better allocation of their limited water resources, as well as to where to allocate drought relief funds. So next slide. But strategically, we're moving from this opportunistic one-to-one approach to hopefully getting to a one-to-many approach. And so as we see that more and more organizations are aware and skilled at using Earth observations data, we're looking for places where we can do this sort of scaling and have a broader impact. And one example shown here is with USDA's, with NASS, the National Agricultural Statistics Service. And this is integrating the soil moisture data that we have from our SMAP satellite into their crop CASMA tool, so the crop condition and soil moisture analytics tool that really helps people identify the conditions appropriate for planting and all. So this is an example, again, where we're trying to go from one to many. Next slide. And as part of it, we're also looking to sort of see, you know, where can we identify some of the topics that, and some of those needs that exist across different states and across different water districts and river basins. Now at NASA, we don't have regulatory responsibilities, but at the same time, we want our science, we want our data to be relevant to policy, relevant to businesses and to water managers and more. And so 5 years ago, we started something called the Western Water Applications Office, involving people at multiple NASA centers with experience in water to address the issues in the states in the West. And so it's not a grants-based approach, but it's an effort for NASA to have the flexibility and agility to get into this one-to-many type of approach. And so one of the examples on the right-hand side is something called the Airborne Snow Observatory. So this was a technology development and a research project at the Jet Propulsion Lab to address snow water equivalent in the Sierra Nevada. And after a proof of capabilities, we recognized that this was not the business that NASA wanted to be in terms of trying to take it across the West, that there was much more appropriate for the commercial sector. And so we commercialized this. And that was the way to help get it to scale. And so in the past year, the company called ASO Incorporated, they've actually doubled the number of watersheds that they've covered with this approach, and they're growing quite a bit, and actually even taking it overseas. They had some flights in Norway. Next slide. And part of this is a key, and so one of the key parts about this Western Water Applications Officer, what we call WAO, a key part is conducting assessments. And so what are the water resources needs that Earth observations can help address? We certainly heard about assessments from other agencies, and we certainly could probably be comparing, and we certainly recognize that many agencies, federal agencies and others, were part of the assessments that we've been doing through WAO. But we also recognize the fact that that with these many different assessments going on, that we're often reaching the same different organizations. And so that's a challenge I'm going to bring up in the next slide. And so, but these do certainly help us identify where there's some opportunities across more than one district. And that helps, again, helps us to identify things to scale. And so the key items that we wanted to address are these different challenges. And we recognize that the ability to transition is oftentimes really slow, or much slower than we want. And also the ability to get consensus from a user base that is often quite complicated with states and water authorities and local officials and all that, that the ability to get consensus can often be difficult. But we wanted to raise three different challenges. One is related to resources and capacity. And so as strong as state and locals are, our sense is that more capacity is needed to help them with the sort of uptake and for them to be able to sustain products or tools. And some of that is related to financial, some of it is related to computing. There's some staffing limitations in terms of the ability to process data, or they just have limited bandwidth for doing some of the activities. And then we also heard yesterday about, there's issues related to incentives. Water is managed locally. And what is the federal role in that, and what is, how do we create those incentives for these broader issues? Secondly, is related to stakeholder burnout, as I mentioned just a minute ago. On the positive side of things, science agencies and researchers at the state and local levels and broader, we're recognizing the need to engage users early on, not just throw our research and results over the transom. But as a consequence, we may be asking the same stakeholders to participate in lots of our needs assessments and workshops and engagement efforts. And so again, there's this praise that everyone's trying to provide and gather input, but perhaps this is an item where the board might want to weigh in on a coordinating arrangement to help minimize the impact on those stakeholders and help us leverage each other's resources. And the third item, final comment, is that there's some issues related to the sort of stability and continuity and sustainability of items, and that we see a challenge that the end users, they might be hesitating at changing their processes or becoming dependent on products if it's not clear that it's really going to be there in the coming years. We recognize that the tools that NASA is often providing are developed on soft money, and so it's not always providing that stability and continuity that we would like to see there. And so we completely think it's rational of the user, of the end user, to be, uncertain about whether they really need to invest in this. But if they're not going to be investing in these new tools and these new technologies and data sources, then what does that mean for knowledge adoption, technology transfer, and improvement of these different systems? So next slide. Let me end there and look forward to the question session later on. So back to you, Jordan.
Great. Lawrence, thank you. Thank you so much. And we especially appreciate you putting together some of your ideas on issues for the board. We can certainly come back to that. And it's also a nice segue to our next speaker. You started to talk about NASA's work globally and thinking about those partnerships that extend beyond the borders of the nation. So this is a nice chance to introduce Julian Kachinoff, who's the water team lead at the US Department of State and can start to move us towards these transboundary issues. Julian?
Good afternoon. Thanks, Jordan. Yeah, as you mentioned, my name is Julian Kachinoff. I serve as the water team lead in the Office of Conservation and Water at the U.S. Department of State here in Washington. I'm responsible, along with my colleagues, for designing and implementing U.S. foreign policies on water that advance U.S. interests and support our diplomatic objectives. As such, we help to coordinate and implement the U.S. Global Water Strategy, and we get to work alongside many of the agencies participating today through the Interagency Water Working Group. So why does the State Department care about water? A recent memo on water security from the National Intelligence Council summarized some of those risks that we care about. I'll read from that report briefly. Countries that are unable to adequately address water challenges probably will face health and disease problems, growing inequality, poor economic growth, and a greater risk of internal political instability. Shared water resources among states are increasingly likely to become flashpoints as water security diminishes and geopolitical competition grows. I wonder if someone might be able to mute their line. I think we're getting some typing. Thanks. So the fundamental role that water plays in sustaining life and supporting our economies, the health of our planet, makes it the ultimate cross-cutting issue. I've got a personal bias, but it is rare to find areas of global engagement, be it economic issues, political, security, that either do not relate to water or where water could not play a role in shaping the outcomes. Despite this importance, as a global community, we still lag in delivering basic services. 2.2 billion people lack access to safely managed drinking water services. Over half of the global population, 4.2 billion people, lack safely managed sanitation services. Nearly 300,000 children under 5 die every year from preventable diarrheal diseases due to poor sanitation, poor hygiene, or unsafe drinking water. Over the last century, global population has increased, but water use has grown at more than twice the rate. So now we're in a situation where nearly half of the global population lives in a country where water is scarce at least 1 month per year. As others have noted, even this morning, with climate impacts felt primarily through the water cycle, we're facing more variable rainfall patterns, stronger storms, and more devastating droughts. The stress test of climate change is striking a sector that already faced strong headwinds. Achieving a resilient and sustainable water future will be hampered by a legacy of infrastructure and financing gaps, weak and deprioritized governance, poor performing urban and agricultural systems, with growing water quality and storage challenges. So we need to bring water centrally into our global climate response. So what are we doing about it, and how can science help us to make progress? As I mentioned initially, our office leads the department's implementation of the U.S. Global Water Strategy, which is focused on countries and regions where water security needs and opportunities are greatest. 20 agencies, give or take, participate in the Interagency Water Working Group to implement 4 interconnected strategic objectives. 1, promote transboundary water cooperation. 2, strengthen management and protection of fresh water. 3, improve access to water, sanitation, and hygiene, or WASH. And 4, support water sector governance, financing, and institutions. So in that, we at the department help to support water security through diplomatic engagement and programmatic tools, such as workshops, study tours, facilitated dialogues, exchanges between U.S. experts and foreign audiences. We try to raise the priority of water issues on the global agenda and strengthen the international community's capacity to respond to water challenges. Alongside our regional bureau colleagues, we also work to mitigate tensions over shared water resources by building the political will for cooperation and strengthening mechanisms and organizations that support the management of shared waters. So where does science fit in? Let me make 2 seemingly competing arguments. The first is that, in my view, the largest and most substantial hurdle preventing us from solving the water problem isn't science, it's politics. If you allow me to read from the same National Intelligence Council report, many governments consider water governance and management a lower level priority, including in some wealthy, technically savvy countries. Water, in some cases, is buried in uninfluential ministries or agencies, or is relegated as a secondary resource that is managed in a piecemeal manner from other government bodies. In some countries, it is separated from the management and governance of other sectors, including agriculture, energy, and industry, despite water being a critical resource for all of those activities. In an ever more anthropocentric world, water is a heavily managed asset with human, political decision-making felt across all geographies and scales. In certain cases, water remains undervalued and underprioritized by national governments, or mismanaged to benefit specific economic objectives at the detriment or expense of sustainability or equity. In 170 basins around the world, not including groundwater, of course, rivers are shared by 2 or more countries, which, even in the most amicable of arrangements, creates tensions between competing uses and forces difficult trade-offs. Science, technology, data can make these decision-making processes stronger, but in isolation, they can be ineffective or sometimes counterproductive responses without a serious attempt to understand broader political and social dynamics that shape water management decisions. In other words, even the most accurate answer is often not the solution to the problem. Second, having issued my social science disclaimer, I think there are several areas of research that can help us shift the balance when it comes to resolving water challenges, and I'll name a few. The first, remote sensing. As we've seen in some of the previous presentations, the revolution in satellite drive data, remote sensing, availability of the computing power to effectively wield it, has the power to fundamentally change our understanding of and management of water. Augmenting existing ground-based systems or leapfrogging existing approaches can radically shift the ability of water managers to make sound data-driven decisions. With transparency and greater availability of data also comes accountability. In certain circumstances, this can be a positive factor, leading to greater assurance, dependability, and longer-term planning that can unlock investments and create conditions to capture efficiencies and other benefits. In other areas, certain actors who've benefited from opaque decision-making may find themselves in an environment where water management becomes harder to accomplish behind closed doors. So along with the Army Corps of Engineers, NASA, the U.S. Air Force Weather, we formed an Integration Science and Applications Team, ISAT, subcommittee underneath the Interagency Water Working Group. And over the next couple months, we'll be working to develop a community of practice to exchange information, collaborate on specific activities, develop a task list to bring some of that expertise to bear on some of our water challenges. And I urge you to get in touch if you're interested in learning more about that effort. Secondly, very quickly, I'll mention supply side innovation. We are focusing on prioritizing efforts to raise awareness and benefits of water reuse and resource recovery, water use efficiency. Water reuse can be an important way to address global water scarcity. Opportunities to exploit wastewater as a resource are enormous. And in that vein, as many of you may already know, in 2020, the US government launched the National Water Reuse Action Plan to raise awareness and build capacity for water reuse at home and abroad. The State Department's helping to work on some of our international engagements under that. Finally, I'll close with the following message. We in the US are not immune, of course, to water challenges. If you look across the landscape, you'll see many of the same challenges faced by governments across the world. Droughts, floods, water stress, water pollution, ecosystem degradation, aging infrastructure, transboundary tensions. All of these are domestic priorities and are increasingly at the forefront of our politics and research agendas. The US science community has an opportunity to tackle those challenges in partnership with global counterparts, working together to address these common challenges and jointly discovering approaches and solutions that can benefit all of us. We at the department are happy to help facilitate that effort. Looking forward to this conversation and your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julian. Really interesting. And also I'll just note that the social science that you brought up, that connection to the biophysical and the social human is something we heard quite a bit about yesterday as well, something we're already thinking about. And we, again, appreciate sort of some of those focused efforts. I would note that sort of the remote sense data and some of the supply side innovation you spoke about are themes that emerged from yesterday's conversation also. All right, so I want to turn to our last set of speakers. So we're going to turn more into the research direction at this point. I'm going to introduce two speakers from the National Science Foundation. First, we have Laura Lautz, who's the Program Director for Hydrologic Sciences in NSF's Division of Earth Sciences. And Laura will be immediately followed by Carl Rockney, Program Director for Environmental Engineering in the Division of Chemical, Bioengineering, Environmental, and Transport Systems. So Laura, over to you.
Thank you, Jordan. And thank you to the Water Science and Technology Board for convening this panel, inviting NSF to participate. As Jordan mentioned, I'm Laura Lautz, a Program Director at NSF, and I'm joined by my colleague, Carl Rockney. Next slide, please. So research at the National Science Foundation is, of course, driven by proposals that we receive from the research community, which in our case is largely comprised of researchers at colleges and universities. And as Don Klein mentioned yesterday for the USGS Water Resources Mission Area, the scope and priorities of NSF programs that evaluate these proposals are informed by community reports and workshops. So here on this slide, I'm highlighting a few examples of such National Academy Consensus Study reports, including the Earth and Time report, which just came out, that provides a decadal vision for the entire Division of Earth Sciences, including the Hydrologic Sciences program. Next slide, please. NSF works with other federal agencies through participation in interagency committees and working groups. This is an example from late 2019 when NSF joined other federal agencies to explore coordination of agency modeling related to water availability, water quantity and quality, and water-related hazards. The priority national water challenges that motivated much of this work in the report that's shown on the slide include nutrient loading and harmful algal blooms, water availability in the Western US, and hazards associated with extreme weather. All of these topics came up yesterday in our panel discussions. Other interagency efforts similar to this have centered on contaminants of emerging concern and topics related to Earth system predictability. Next slide, please. The NSF funds research through a combination of disciplinary programs and interdisciplinary cross-directorate programs. Many of them are highlighted here, but this is not an inclusive list, of course. Core disciplinary programs include the hydrologic sciences and the environmental engineering programs that Carl and I direct, as well as programs addressing the role of human systems, which has come up in our panel discussions, such as the Human, Environmental, and Geographical Sciences program. Multidisciplinary research is supported through programs, some of which are shown here, including the Sustainable Regional Systems Program. This program involves all of the directorates at the National Science Foundation and emphasizes connections between urban and rural systems with a focus on sustainability. Themes in all of these cross-directorate programs include interactions between natural, human-built, and social systems, as well as co-production of knowledge with stakeholders and concepts of social equity. All of these topics have come up throughout our panel discussions. Next slide, please. So specifically looking at the Hydrologic Sciences program, which is the program I work with, this program funds research about all components of the terrestrial hydrologic cycle, including hydrologic processes and fluxes, transport of dissolved and suspended materials, couplings with other cycles such as geochemical cycles, and responses of the water cycle to human drivers and change. Next slide, please. An example of the scope and the diversity of research questions in hydrology at NSF is exemplified in the portfolio of wildfire-related research that we funded in response to the 2020 wildfire season. This is also, I pulled this out to show our ability to be responsive to community-identified priorities, since that's a big focus at NSF. We funded research on wildfire impacts on snow water storage and timing of water availability, the export of carbon, nutrients, and other materials that impact downstream water quality, and the soil characteristics, their impact by wildfire sediment dynamics, and associated hazards. This portfolio also spanned a range of Western geographies, including coastal California, the Pacific Northwest, and the Rockies. Next slide, please. In hydrologic sciences, we're also supporting the advancement of new tools and technologies to measure components of the terrestrial hydrologic cycle. This is just one example of using geodetic data, which was originally designed for solid earth research, but it's now been leveraged to make continental scale measurements of water storage in soils as snow and in groundwater. This research leverages an NSF supported facility called the Geodetic Facility for the Advancement of Geosciences, or GAGE, which includes partnership between NSF and NASA. And this is just one example of research at NSF that's primed for translation to operations, potentially at other agencies. Next slide, please. We're also developing community data services in hydrology and beyond through KUASI. KUASI data services include HydroShare, which is a repository for publication of data to facilitate fair data practices by the academic community and beyond. KUASI also supports other federal agencies such as NOAA and NASA through training programs such as the Summer Institute, which provides training on the National Water Model for the academic community. And so please go to the next slide and I'll pass it over to my colleague, Carl. Thank you.
There we go. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Thanks a lot, Laura. She did a great job really explaining NSF. I find it's always important to start out with a little bit of explanation about NSF because it's quite different from many of the other programmatic agencies. And the only thing I would add to what she said with that excellent overview is that the research we fund is very, very basic. It's Nobel Prize. That level of research is what we're funding here, even within the engineering directorate in which my program resides, which is very basic research. So in a nutshell, the program that I run, the environmental engineering program, seeks to prevent, minimize, mitigate, and or remediate environmental pollution to protect human and ecological health. And the last word there, I think, is really critical, health. There is this view, I guess, that NSF does not fund health research, but it does indeed. And indeed, the whole field of environmental engineering really has its roots deep 100 years ago in public health science and engineering. So the research that we fund then really seeks to understand biology. Oh, could you go on to the next slide? Sorry. Biology, chemistry, and physics, kind of this broad disciplinary expertise that comes to play to address the challenges of environmental problems. And those of you who are new to the Water Science and Technology Board probably haven't heard this, but some of you who have been on the board for a little bit longer, you've heard me many times refer to what I call the 2 Qs about your board. So I guess if Laura's program hits a lot on the quantity side, my program is its counterpart and addresses really focuses quite a bit on the water quality side. And as I mentioned, you can see here it requires deep disciplinary expertise in chemistry, biology in particular of late, as well as really understanding applied geophysics. Next slide, please. So I was asked to kind of discuss what we consider to be research priorities. And we could go on for a half an hour or longer to really focus on that because it's a diverse program. But I want to really focus on just 3 things and then close with the grand challenges. You've already seen a picture of this consensus study report that the Water Science Technology Board was key in helping develop and our program funded. So the first topic I wish to discuss is going to be COVID and wastewater-based epidemiology. Next slide, please. So those of you who recall a year ago, we were in the midst of really, lockdowns and COVID. And one great thing about the National Science Foundation is we have a funding mechanism called RAPID. It does not stand for anything, unlike most acronyms at NSF. It doesn't stand for anything other than we can get dollars into the hands of researchers rapidly, so they are able to start studying topics that have ephemeral data, the proverbial, once in a lifetime opportunity. And in response to the CARES Act, the National Science Foundation really just pulled out all the stops and funded a lot of researchers in the realm of COVID. I was on the working group for engineering, and I can remember many, many evenings staying up till midnight, writing up grants and getting researchers out the door. And one of the primary areas our program focused in was the rich expertise that the environmental engineering science community has in what is known as wastewater-based epidemiology. Our program has been funding research in this space for many years, and they were well primed to really step up to the task of monitoring the spread of COVID in what are called sewer sheds. So you've heard of watersheds. So the sewer shed is its counterpart in the built environment, collecting wastewater from communities. And we funded many, many, many projects across the country, many of them collaborative. And we also, in the center there, it's hard to read, I recognize, funded what is known as a research coordination network, which kind of got the teams talking together, leveraging expertise and developing things like best practices. You've already heard yesterday the CDC, and they had mentioned the National Sewage Surveillance Intergovernmental Leadership Committee. I serve on that committee together with Don Tilbury, our engineering assistant director of NSF, and I also serve on the science committee of that. And I've been really astonished at how all these federal agencies have been getting together to really develop what I had been dreaming about years ago, a surveillance type network, and to see it to come together so rapidly is really gratifying. So next slide, please. So then this research has caught the public's imagination. A lot of it has been prominently displayed on New York Times and many others. I was tracking this for a while, but I kind of gave up when it reached about 36 articles. And there's no question in my mind that wastewater-based epidemiology and really surveillance is going to increase. There are a lot of issues, a lot of questions, but I think it's a field whose time has come. Next slide, please. So the next thing I want to talk about is micro and nanoplastics. And basically, this is a field that there's been a lot of concern, and it has been certainly focused on a lot in ocean sciences, and certainly on what we might call macroplastics. So now our interest has really been focusing on much smaller based micro and even nanometer scaled plastics and their behavior in the environment. Now there's a lot of research that we're supporting, but I just want to highlight one because of its potential impact. Next slide, please. So what we were focusing on funding was research that I'm particularly interested in supporting that looks at the reactivity of these particles in the environment, okay? Not just where they're going, where they're ending up, but what's happening as they go through the environment. And the environment is obviously in many different conditions depending upon where you're at. Some are in aquatic systems exposed to sunlight that induces certain types of reactions. Some are in soil systems, some are depositing in sediments, some are quite buoyant and stay suspended in aquatic systems. And because of its organic nature, we're particularly interested in the role it could play as a vector to help transport other hydrophobic organic pollutants in the environment. So these are all kinds of things that we've been supported. But as I mentioned, I just want to highlight one because of it's quite impactful. And also, next slide, please. It also happens to be the first unsolicited proposal I ever funded when I got to the National Science Foundation. And I hope that all of the other projects I funded after that will be this impactful. So this research, I believe David Sedlak mentioned something about this in yesterday's meeting. So this is Ed Kaloje at University of Washington. And he had sent in a proposal to track down what is known as urban stream system. And I used to live in the Seattle area, and I knew quite a bit about this, that salmon were dying. And it's really a detective story. It's focused on a broad team of researchers with expertise in environmental chemistry, ecotoxicology, physics, chemistry, etc. And they were able to track down a particle or a material that's used in tires, and tires wear. So these tire shreds that end up on the roads. And after exposure to sunlight, produce this particularly toxic compound that they isolated known as 6-PPD. And so this was the culprit for the high mortality rates of salmon eggs in urban streams in the Seattle area. So this is kind of not exactly hot off the press. It was a couple of months ago, but there's no question this has been of quite interest to many fields, including the tire industry. And right now, I think there's a lot of people who've been impacted by this and are looking into ways to address this situation. Next slide, please. And so the last science topic I want to talk about is PFAS. You heard a lot about that yesterday. And I will start out the discussion by saying that we have funded a lot of the research at the National Science Foundation on PFAS for many years. So we've recognized the ubiquity of these compounds in the environment. In my night job, I'm a researcher, and I actually do study these as well. So the program has really focused on that. But the issue now really is coming up with ways to deal with the pollution that's already out there. They're termed forever chemicals because of their stability in the environment. And so what we decided, next slide, please. What we decided to do is to focus on funding research that would look at new ways to treat PFAS. And I cannot take credit for this wonderful acronym. The program is Engineering Research to Advance Solutions for Environmental PFAS, or Erase PFAS. And we are in our first year of that. We're funding some excellent, really creative projects right now, and this is ongoing. We're really excited. We're going to have a release, I think, of all of the projects we funded this year. And the other point I want to make here is that we worked together. It took me a year working with folks at DuPont to actually get some funding. So this is supported in part by what is known as an unrestricted gift from DuPont. And this was not something that's typically done. It required a lot of time and effort to put this together. But all of this research is being supported in part by that, as well as our own funds to support meritorious research. So it's kind of a new model we've had, and we hope it will be quite a success. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the focus of this is really on just specifically on treatment technologies. And we do not tell you what to do. There's some people who believe that there is some potential for biological treatment and chemical treatment approaches, photophotolysis, heat. Basically, we don't say, we don't limit it. We want great ideas to come up from the community and innovative approaches that have some potential for feasible and sustainable use in treating water, soil, etc. So as I mentioned, this is our first year of this. We're really excited, and we hope that this is an ongoing effort to support new research to address this really critical national issue. All right, next slide, please. All right, so the last thing, next slide, is going to be on the grand challenges. And as I mentioned, you've already seen this report. Next slide, please. So I just got the final project report and was really incredibly pleased with the impacts. This is among the top 1% of all National Academy studies in downloads, I've been told, and that's wonderful. It's been downloaded in over 150 countries, and I think it will be broadly impactful, well beyond the narrow, really, field of environmental engineering and science. And I think it's great. And the main thing I want to say here is that it identified 5 grand challenges, and every one of them really has something to do with water. Certainly, number 1, sustainably supply food, water, and energy. Curbing climate change, you've heard a lot about that and the impact it has on the water cycle. Designing a future without pollution. Water pollution is really where the field of environmental engineering began. Create efficient, healthy, and resilient cities, and that necessitates a strong research or a strong water supply and wastewater treatment infrastructure and informed decision making. So with that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Carl and Laura. And thank you to all of our speakers, both for sharing your perspectives. We covered a lot of territory here, as well as keeping on time, which is always nice. So we have a few minutes left in this part of the session where we can now turn to questions. So what I'd like to do is invite questions from our board members. Everyone should raise your hand on Zoom if you'd like to ask a question for one or more of our panelists. And then anything that we don't get to now, hopefully our panelists can stay for the next session and we can get into some further discussion in the session to follow. I will actually take moderator's prerogative here, and I want to ask just one quick first question, actually coming back to one of our earlier speakers. So this actually is a question, Louis, a bit directed to you, but Wayne as well, and perhaps Lawrence. So what we've seen is in recent years, there have been a number of private and nonprofit organizations that are producing national estimates of both flood and climate hazard risk. And increasingly, you're seeing those get picked up and used by communities across the nation. So I'm curious if you might be able to speak to, and Louis, this actually I think relates to your future flood risk effort that you mentioned, speak to what you see as the role of those kind of private entities versus the public agencies that are designated and are providing both the data that supports some of those products, as well as reaching out directly to end users at the state, local, and tribal level.
Yeah, sure. you know, we've seen some of these tools being developed and released out to the public, right? So, and we often get the questions, how does this compare with what FEMA does and so on? So, but you know, one of the big messages that we've pushed out there from a FEMA perspective is that it's great to have a lot of players developing information for a variety of different reasons, right? So the National Flood Insurance Program and what FEMA focuses on, and the flood hazard mapping program that we have here to support community decision-making for land use specifically, they're designed for a specific use in the program. And so with the these additional tools and information that is being made available through nonprofit organizations, other public entities, you know, it's great to have those, because I think it helps to increase the awareness, right, nationally, that flood risk, we don't have a really solid and comprehensive understanding of flood risk across the country. And that's one of the big pieces that I try to emphasize in my remarks, and in an area that FEMA is focusing on in terms of how do we advance toward that. So in short, I think that having more of these kinds of tools that also help bring more awareness that the nation risk needs to be more comprehensive understanding of that, and the collaboration that it requires with other, you know, other partnerships like public or private entities, is great to have those partnerships to increase that awareness.
All right. Actually, I'll just quickly redirect that too, because Lawrence, I know I see that point, but you had mentioned earlier about various products and the proliferation of products that are out there, both on the data and tool side, and how it can sometimes be difficult for users. So do you see that as beneficial in terms of people picking up and actually using a lot of the NASA data or some of that remote sense data to inform these? Or how do you see that balance?
Yeah, thanks. Important question. First of all, you know, we recognize the fact that our data is policy neutral, and that we focus on making sure that our data products are well calibrated, because there may be a range of people, whether they be whatever level, large companies to small NGOs or nonprofits. Could be different political parties and all, or people with different agendas and all that. So we need to make sure that our data is well calibrated, so that they're not pointing back to the data, that they can, you know, they can address it from the analyses that they're going to be doing for whatever things, products or agendas that they're after. So that's one thing that we focus on. In terms of the use of it, you know, we also sort of really encourage the broad use. I think at this stage, you know, there still is lots of organizations getting to know Earth observations, remote sensing data. And I think in this growth phase that we're going to have to allow for people and organizations to potentially try it out, and they might be making mistakes. I think that's part of the learning process that organizations have to go through. I do think it's an interesting case when it comes to some of the decisions that are going to be made relative to this, when it comes to the public. I don't know if this is a scenario where we sort of, like with NOAA and the Weather Service, you know, where you want an official government, you know, sort of forecast, and then you want the private sector to be able to also develop its, you know, using its more fancy graphics to get the word out, you know, on the nightly news or, you know, through the web in much more fancy ways, so that you're allowing both the government's official word as well as you know, the private sector to be able to you know, to use its incentives and motivations to get word out broader. In general, we really encourage it. I think what we're trying to do is help people become more aware of what are some of the ways to access this data, as well as to use it properly. And so we do see a capacity issue is needed, you know, to help people learn how to use it better.
Thanks. It looks like Wayne has a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jordan. I just wanted to make sure that we extend the discussion we're having about observations to all of the foundational capabilities that we're trying to develop, including predictions and projections. And NOAA, for example, I think plays a very unique role in the prediction space. The other kind of getting back to your original question about how we partner, I really also want to highlight how we're building networks such as the Regional Integrated Sciences and Assessments Network to really represent the boots on the ground that are in the regions with the stakeholders, helping to co-develop a better understanding of their needs for information, and therefore kind of inform our requirements in the agency to continue not only to meet those needs, but actually be authoritative in the case of the National Weather Service, for example, in real time, on time, all the time. So it's really, I think this question is very, very relevant to all of the capabilities we're building in that end-to-end space.
Thanks, Wayne. And I promise I did not plant that question because I'm also a co-investigator in the Regional Integrated Sciences and Assessment Center. All right, we're going to move on. So it looks like Dave Wegner has the next question.
First off, thanks to all our panelists. Fascinating discussion this morning or afternoon, wherever we are, I guess. This question is focused to Carl, but I think it pertains to several, especially NASA and NOAA, in your comments. Clearly, the issue of moving research to operations, or as my friend Roger Polwardy would tell me, you got to have actionable science. It's clear that you got to plan in advance on if you're going to be developing products. You've also got to have a plan on how you're going to move that to the stakeholders or to first the agencies. So Carl, my question to you is, you talked a great deal about the PFAS in particular and the research that NSF is funding. Living here in Tucson, where PFAS has impacted two of our small aquifers, it is a huge issue. And I know that the research that you described is critical. Does NSF also have a plan on how to move that research into what I would call actionable science and application for the water utilities or for the state water quality boards, et cetera, to pick up and use?
Absolutely. So we have two things I would mention, and they're part of our directorate, the engineering directorate. So we have an entire division within the engineering directorate called IIP, which is Industrial Innovation and Partnerships. And it is designed specifically to address that translation from the basic science that is supported in the core programs and into levels that could be more appropriate for commercialization. I guess it's called the Valley of Death, and their primary purpose to exist is to be a bridge across this valley of death and to get things from the TRL 1 and 2 that we might support in the core programs to the 5 and higher levels that might be ready for partnerships with commercial entities and other types of initiatives that would translate the research to actionable science, as you say. Within that, there's different mechanisms. I won't go through all of them, but one in particular I can think of is GOLI, so Grant Opportunities for Academic Liaisons with Industry. We support in my program a lot of GOLIs, and they are basically partnerships between a researcher, typically academic, and a company. And we view this as kind of a win-win where the company gets basically a free, brilliant graduate student to work with them, and the student gets industrial training, et cetera, and exposure to that field and those experiences. The other thing I would mention, and you have a representative on your board, are the ERCs, the Engineering Research Centers that are supported by NSF. These are massive efforts, and you have Pedro Alvarez, who is the PI of the NEWT, Nano-Enabled Water Treatment program at Rice, ASU, UTEP, and Yale. And these are another way, and they're specifically designed to interface with industry, and that's actually a key part of it is workforce development. And these are some of the largest grants that we support at NSF within the engineering directorate, and they're designed absolutely to bridge those gaps that we talked about.
Great, thank you, Carl. The next question, it looks like Ellen, we can go over to you.
Okay, thanks, Jordan, and thank you to all the speakers. I know we're on the right track because we're talking about the same things we talked about yesterday. So it's wonderful to hear everyone identify these issues, and not just the pollution-centered issues, PFAS, infrastructure, microplastics, HABs, et cetera, but also environmental justice aspects, and the fact that we still all work in silos. Despite constantly recognizing that, we have yet to break down those silos, but I think we're getting closer. So that's sort of the focus of my question, which is really directed at NOAA and NASA, but anybody can answer. So, NOAA and NASA, you're great at collecting this global information via the satellites, and you've shown how useful it can be with the harmful algal bloom issues, and pairing with EPA and USDA, CDC, and others in actually getting your data to help develop standards and pinpoint hotspots and those type of things. And also water supply is another great example. But how can we get some better connections between your in the sky data and on the ground, both monitoring and assessment and implementation on some of these other issues like wildfires, where infrastructure needs to be improved and the like. So Wayne, I'm going to ask you first and then go on.
Well, thank you very much for this excellent question. And let me just say that I think the main purpose of my presentation was to highlight the fact that we're working very hard now to break down those silos. And in fact, as I tried to stress, in the past, as you've already noted, our communities were very much working, around our own disciplines. And through integration of weather, water, and climate now at NOAA, we are working very hard to span those disciplines. And so, in fact, I don't want to go too much into the detail on how we're wired at NOAA, but we have a weather, water, and climate board, which is actually made up of the assistant administrators of each of our line offices at NOAA, and they actually serve as, if you will, the executing body for making sure that we are integrating across the observations, monitoring, modeling, predictions, projections, decision support, all, the entire end-to-end value chain, if you will. So, and in the past couple of years, I might also add one of the really innovative developments is an integrated annual operating plan that actually quite well explains, the activities that we're prioritizing in that year across the weather, water, climate domain, and helps us tell the story. So that, I think, is one part of your question, on how we're trying to change things internally. I think the other thing that I would highlight here kind of goes back to what we were discussing before, in that, across this space, we're also working very, very hard to improve our service delivery. And in fact, one of the priorities that I didn't highlight in my presentation, but I'll highlight now, is we've actually developed a service delivery framework that actually really highlights the fact that we can't take user needs in, go off for 5 years, develop a product, and then throw it out over the transom and say, don't you love it? It doesn't work that way. We recognize now that we need to be working with users hand in hand throughout the process, from the identification of what the need is, through the prototyping, to the development, say, of an improved modeling capability, to, development of a product. So I would highlight that as, one of our innovations, and we're now working hard to make sure that that service delivery framework is built into all of our strategies, such as the ones I mentioned, the Precipitation Prediction Grand Challenge, Climate and Fisheries Initiative, et cetera. So, and when you dive into each of the steps in that process, you'll see that we're looking at lots of innovative ways, to, for example, use our networks, boots on the ground, to make sure, that we are helping decision makers, answer the questions they're asking and meet their needs. So there's a lot more detail there. It would take a while for me to walk you through all of the steps of the service delivery framework. But again, it's one way we're innovating and trying to get at the question you raised.
And Ellen, I can just jump in briefly, and maybe others as well. I think it's a positive trend to sort of see that many of the agencies today and yesterday are all starting to sort of recognize, like, great, how do we make more actionable science? How do we help move the information that we have, or the information that we're funding, the data and the research that we're funding, how do we make it more actionable? So I think the trend is a really positive trend compared to, maybe where we were at, a couple decades ago. So that's a really positive sort of thing. I think part of it is, how do you actually get the connections between those users and the people who are interested in making that? How do you do that? And I will also sort of say that, how do you take that to scale? So we certainly have individual projects. We were looking at certain tools. Many of our agencies identified tools or portals and all dashboards to try and do this more. But maybe we in government need to take a little bit more learning, some more courses, or learn a little bit more from the private sector in terms of doing scaling better. And that might take a more coordinated approach. Maybe that's something the board can help identify. Where are those places where the agencies can work together to help take things to scale? So that would be another idea. And then finally, I would just sort of say that, as I mentioned earlier, like in some cases in the water area, since those decisions are local, and oftentimes the power is local, what are their incentives to take on sort of a national level, national level issues or national level standards? And so what are the incentives and the resources and the capacities for taking up some of the data or some of the research that we're producing at their level? But let me end there. Maybe others want to join in.
Anyone else want to chime in on Ellen's question?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe pull a thread on that Lawrence just mentioned, which is, I think there's a real, in the public's sort of stakeholders, there's a real sort of magnetic power of many of the tools and sort of approaches that we've been talking about, that, the appeal of science and technology. As you're working on these partnerships and working with end users and iterating, I think the public perception and awareness of that actually has great value. It has great cachet with folks who are outside, who are seeing these partnerships developed. And it's something I think can create windows for some of that policy change that we're hoping to, help move along. If people are more aware that there is new data, new approaches coming in, and that institutions and decision makers who may be sidelined, as I mentioned earlier, who might not be seen as having sort of that decision-making power, are seen as real actors and really relevant actors in that space, and that you have actually a space for them to make those decisions. So, I think the optics is something that we should also keep in mind. Thanks.
Really good point. Thanks, Julian. All right, we're going to take one more question from the board, and then we're going to transition to our next session. So I will turn the floor over to Venkat, who has our final question.
Thank you so much, and my sincere apologies for not having introduced myself at the beginning of I was on a phone, and the phone does not allow me to talk. The phone line did not allow me to. So thank you so much, and it was very nice seeing some of my old friends. I mean, I know Wayne, Lawrence, Julian, Carl, and Laura, and very nice to hear your conversation, your talk on the phone, Louis. The question I had is that, and again, a little experience makes you jump into weird conclusions or foolish conclusions. And I spent 1.5 years at the National Science Foundation as a rotator. I know that it's so difficult to run one program, let alone coordinate between agencies. And one of the programs at NSF, which I was familiar with, was Infuse, which was a coordination between NSF and USDA. And from yesterday's panel, and as well as today's, my question is that, there should be more ways in which the federal agencies get together, and I hate to use the implementation word, fund projects which would help everybody together, because most of the time, principal investigators get stovepiped, just like we always use the word stovepipe in agencies. We all get stovepiped and say, hey, I'm a NASA guy, or my friend here John is a NOAA guy, and somebody else, Nancy, is an NSF person. So how do we break those barriers in trying to answer? And I know Juliet put it very eloquently, saying that water is probably the cause of most conflicts. So how do we do that with a broader canvas between the agencies to bring people into the conversation, for all water put together? Thank you very much.
Before we get answers, I'll just note that we've actually had a few panelists from yesterday also join us now, and we also have other federal representatives on the webinar as well. So I will open this question both to all our panelists today, as well as anybody that wants to chime in on the line who might have been participating yesterday. As Venkat noted, this is a question that really spans what we've heard over the last several days.
Yeah, I guess I can chime in to start. In the federal family, on a programmatic side, we've got missions and programs that are either statutorily authorized or have regulations, and that really tends to drive, the delivery of our program space, right? And so that by nature just kind of hones us in and focuses in and kind of creates a stovepipe element, if you will. But that said, I guess I referenced it in my talking remarks, this integrated water resource science and services framework that is there, that's been created by a few federal agencies, NOAA, Army Corps of Engineers, the USGS, and FEMA. And we're really coming together to share data. We've got mission spaces in our program areas that are very water related. And so that's been in operation for several years now, and FEMA has really leveraged it quite a bit. Other federal agencies have leveraged it quite a bit also, to talk about ways that we can improve sharing our data, to talk about ways that we can look toward creating perhaps what could be a national modeling framework, perhaps what could be a national flood risk assessment framework, right? So in a way that really kind of just maximizes the way that we're sharing data, and leveraging our expertise together. So I share that as an example. I think it's working pretty well. It certainly can be better, but I think it's an example to perhaps kind of learn some lessons from.
Yeah, if I could just jump in. The only thing I would add is, I get involved in a lot of intergovernmental efforts. Right now, I'm working on the group working on the contaminants of emerging concern, and these have been really invaluable for all of us to learn from our colleagues at other agencies about what we're doing. And I've been struck by everything I've ever been involved in. It usually starts out with a get to know you and kind of a recap of what it is we actually do. And those are so helpful and so useful to really understand the different roles that the different agencies have.
Laura, you had a comment? And sorry, then we'll go to Wayne.
Yeah, this is in response to Venkat's question, which I really appreciate, and maybe also some of the other questions. Just a few things to add. And this is kind of from the NSF side, of course, but in addition to some of the mechanisms that Carl mentioned, there is this program across all of NSF called the Convergence Accelerator. And it's a completely different program at NSF, which is very much focused on use-inspired research to operations kind of work. It's very much connecting academics with industry, government partners, not-for-profit. So I encourage any of you who are interested in how NSF is kind of going beyond the academic community. That's an interesting program. And there's a lot of workshops related to climate change, the food, energy, water nexus, sustainability. So a lot of water-related topics where academics are partnering with industry collaborators, government agencies, et cetera. So I just mentioned that, and that's across all of NSF. And then also I talked in my presentation about cross-directorate programs. And I will acknowledge, like in our core disciplinary programs, we do kind of primarily support the academic community in the basic research. Some of these cross-disciplinary programs, they're of course really focused on the intersection of the natural sciences, engineering, and the social and behavioral sciences, which we've heard a lot about. So there's an opportunity for those disciplines to come together to do convergent research. But also some of these programs also are open to like beyond academic partners. So I mentioned the Sustainable Regional Systems Research Networks program. Federal agencies, researchers from federal agencies they can't be lead PIs, but they can be supported through those awards. So, you know, they're focused on sustainability, rural urban connections, intersection of the natural, human and built environment, you know, and they definitely include participants beyond the academic community. So like just within NSF, there are some mechanisms that we have to help the academic community, like partner with federal agencies, industry partners from within the organization. You know, outside, once you get to these interagency committees like Carl mentioned, you know, there's a lot of conversation. I've been on those committees as well. And then, you know, how that gets translated into an actual like program or something, you know, I'm still learning that at NSF, but there's definitely a lot of interagency conversations, like the integrated hydroterrestrial modeling workshop that I talked about, where all these agencies got together and talked about their common needs in this space. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Wayne, please go ahead.
Thanks, Jordan. I can't resist also pointing out, I currently serve as the chair of the U.S. Global Change Research Program's Subcommittee on Global Change Research. That's 13 agencies, all of whom I think all of the agencies here today are represented at USGCRP. And within USGCRP, we currently have, at my last count, 11 interagency working groups. And so these are program managers essentially across the many agencies working on topics that range from water cycle to coasts to modeling, including the integrated hydroterrestrial modeling that Laura just mentioned, we have a social sciences coordinating committee and so on. And so, and it's been my experience that the most successful activities in USGCRP are those that proceed sort of from the bottoms up. So it's sort of the coalition of the willing program managers from the agencies working together on priorities, as opposed to top down. But on the other hand, to the question that was asked, I think it's kind of incumbent upon leadership at the agencies to more effectively use these interagency working groups, where I think there is a lot of potential to address, you know, a lot of the priorities, for example, current priorities of the administration. And one last comment would be, we have, of course, the National Science and Technology Council. So there are several bodies like USGCRP that work under NSTC, including the SOST and USGEO. So I'm just trying to paint a picture here that within each of these, there are these interagency working groups. And there's an opportunity, I think, to really coordinate better, you know, across the agencies in these groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. And actually, that's a very nice segue. You talked about GCRP. So we're actually going to transition now into our next topic, which is going to be cross-cutting discussion on climate change and water. So this is a conversation, again, open to all of our panelists who spoke today, as well as anybody else that we've included from the federal side, our panelists from yesterday and other federal partners who are participating. So as we know, climate is already having a significant effect on the nation's water resources. Basically, every federal agency we've heard from yesterday or today has mentioned climate as a key priority in the new administration. The academies, of course, has explored some of these issues, including that recent New York City report and the study of Himalayan glaciers. So to assist the board in our strategic planning, we'd like to hear from all of our federal partners here today about the largest challenges that we face domestically in the areas of climate change and water. And particularly given the focus of this board, we'd like to hear about challenges where additional science, information, or analysis might be needed to better address these issues. And I'll note, everyone can speak as freely as you'd like. This doesn't necessarily have to represent the perspective of a given agency. Your expertise is what we're looking for and appreciate today. All right, so the way we're going to do this is intended to be more of a free-flowing conversation. So anyone who would like to pose a question or bring up a topic related to climate change and water, please just go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll move through them as well as we can, and we'll take on a few different topics. And we have about a half an hour for this part of the conversation before we'll break. All right, does anybody want to be the guinea pig and go first? Okay, so maybe I'll do it. So actually, Julian, this question came to mind for me in your presentation, because there has been a major focus at the international scale, of course, on international cooperation related to greenhouse gas mitigation. And I'm curious from your role and what you see at the State Department and just more broadly, in terms of international cooperation specifically related to climate resilience and adaptation. What can we be doing? What is necessarily the science and tools that are needed? And do we need to be looking more beyond our borders when we're developing these types of assessments to address some of the concerns you brought up earlier?
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. Excellent question. And I think at the risk of seeming like I'm ducking your question, I think a good data point in answering is the incredible rate of staffing up that our colleagues in the Office for Global Change and the Special Envoy's Office at the State Department are doing just to be able to, I think, meet the need and the challenge that you've laid out. I mean, I think the quick word I would offer from the water perspective is that when we're talking about meeting greater variability and building resilience, these are concepts and terms that water operators have to deal with already on a daily basis. These are, of course, rates of change that are going to be accelerating, and we're going to be dealing with some very difficult future scenarios. But in terms of managing change and operating with some degree of uncertainty, in terms of planning, those are familiar concepts for water managers around the world. And I think the challenge that we have in the water community, at least in our discussions where it relates to climate adaptation and resilience, is how do we ensure that the tools, the resources, the political prioritization is not an impediment to not just the water sector, but also the broader question of building resilience. And in fact, we'd like to sort of turn the tables and look at the opportunity to say, look, if we prioritize many of these things, many of these sort of components for sound water management, those are an important pathway for building resilience and getting on top of some of these big climate challenges. It also, I think, has a real opportunity to create tangible sort of areas for collaboration, rather than sort of just looking at the broad pie and saying, okay, how are we going to work together on climate adaptation or on building resilience? Starting at the water sector, I think creates some really clean avenues for engagement. So I think that's the quick word I'd share on that. But as I look down the participants list, I'm all too familiar with the fact that many of these colleagues are probably far more familiar with what you're asking for domestically and internationally. So thanks.
All right, it looks like Lewis wanted to jump in. Please go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, obviously my comments are much more, colored by the FEMA mission and the work that we do. And I tell you that one of the challenges that we see is that, we've got a very large program, the National Flood Insurance Program, that has a lot of different elements to it. One of them is hazard identification, insurance, and the land use regulation side, right? So the different products work together in terms of producing what we produce, and it's shared across supporting the overall NFIP. But we've got standards in the program that by regulation, by statute, we comply with. What we've learned, though, is that those standards for hazard identification, flood hazard identification, really are, and the products that we produce that are driven by those standards really are insufficient, right? Technology has evolved. There's a lot of evolution that's taken place in terms of the ability to actually understand flood risk and flood hazards in a much more comprehensive way. So if you haven't guessed by now, this is kind of my theme. It's just this broader push of more comprehensively understanding flood risk. And we're driven by the minimum standards, federal standards today for, the NFIP, of course, I'm speaking to. And so we're really trying to find ways to just kind of expand out of those minimum standards and really leverage the technology that is available today that enables us to actually understand flood hazards and flood risk in a much more comprehensive and holistic way, in ways that we haven't been able to do in the past. And that spans beyond for example, the 1% annual change flood frequency standard that sits in the NFIP today, right? So today, the product that we produce is identifying that hazard area. We put it on a map, and that's the in and out kind of inadvertent challenges that we create with safe, not safe, being in or out of those blue areas that are seen on FEMA flood maps. And we're really trying to kind of push the boundary to say, you know, flood risk exists even outside of those blue areas. And so we're trying to do a lot of exploration to say, from an engineering perspective, science perspective, what can we apply? And we know that we can do that. We can understand flood hazards and flood risk in a much more comprehensive way, not looking at just one frequency, but actually thousands of possibilities in which flooding can occur, and be able to provide that kind of information to improve decision making. So we're working toward that. Now, I'd say another challenge that we have there in terms of, you know, climate and all of those pieces kind of folded into that is also, how do we get the public to, how do we translate this now more comprehensive understanding of flood hazard and risk information to the public for their use, for decision makers at the local level for their use, right? In a way that it doesn't overwhelm them, in a way that actually can relate to it and make use of it in an efficient way. And so those are some challenges that we see kind of in front of us, but we're excited about the opportunities for handling those challenges.
Louis, just a quick follow-up question on that point, not to put you on the spot, but do you see, so the legal and regulatory structure of NFIP and the way that the science has followed the structure, so to speak, do you see that has that been an impediment to trying to do more of this kind of exploratory work, thinking about future climate impacts, looking beyond the 100-year floodplain? Is that something that has been a past challenge, or something that FEMA overall is trying to overcome?
So the challenge comes in that we are required to comply with these requirements, right? And so it creates a lot of energy and a lot of momentum to put the resources available, the limited resources that are available to us to work and develop those products to meet those requirements. And so it's very resource intensive. It becomes a very resource intensive process to meet those kind of requirements. And we're left with very little space on the other side to actually, you know, develop the resources necessary to broaden that spectrum, if you will. So, so that's one of the primary challenges, really, but it's really kind of just trying to open up the aperture to say, from a regulation, from a policy perspective, from a statutory perspective, is, for example, in the NFIP, is the 1% annual chance standard, frequency standard, is that the right standard, or should it be something different? Given all the climate information that's available to us now and how that's changing and going forward, it really does beg the question of whether that's the appropriate standard, and is there a different way for us to manage flood risk in the nation?
Got it. All right, thank you. So I saw Dave Raff, who's joined us again from our panelists from yesterday, as well as Wayne's hands up, I think, to respond to that question. And I'm going to turn over to a few more questions a few more comments we have from the board members. So actually, Dave Raff from Reclamation, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. Not necessarily speaking for the agency, but fundamentally, and this was asked yesterday, the way in which we plan for and develop water resources infrastructure in the United States is still governed by a circular A47 produced in 1952, and that is maximizing benefits to costs. And while there have been some attempts in recent years to try to look at other things than just maximizing cost to benefits, fundamentally that is not the case. If you want to start being resilient to climate change and start to allow for that resilience to be qualified or quantified as a benefit or as something that would be of value to be funded by the federal government, that framework needs to be addressed, and that needs to be done in a meaningful way. And if you're asking where could the national academies or others help, I think, even going back decades, there's been a call to reconstitute the Harvard Water Center, or some real good thinking about how do you incorporate the uncertainties of climate change into a way that you can try to quantify or qualify benefits in a framework that the federal government through the legislative branch agrees to and can therefore invest in water infrastructure in a meaningful way that is resilient. And we aren't there.
Got it. Thanks, Dave. Wayne, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jordan. I'm going to put my USGCRP hat on again, and just wanted to let the board know that one of the things USGCRP is mandated to do through the Global Change Research Act, of course, is produce a quadrennial assessment report. It's called the National Climate Assessment. Maybe some of you have heard of it. One of the things we're looking at quite hard now is how to evolve the assessment from where it is today. It's this really very large report that presents the advances in climate science and the impacts to sectors and regions. And we're looking at ways to evolve or adjust the assessment so that it can be more user-driven. And in other words, more responsive to the kinds of questions that key stakeholders are asking, tied to societal challenges, really in order to help the nation, prepare for the impacts of climate change. So I just wanted to mention this to the board because I think there's a real opportunity to hear from you on what you would see as the most useful areas for us to be considering as we evolve the assessment towards this new model. So thanks, Jordan.
Great. Oh, thank you. And that's a really nice mandate and charge for us to take up and consider. All right, so we'll bring in some other members of the board at this point. So Dave Wegner, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I have a question. It's basically focused to Julian and Louise, but I need to put it in context first. You've got NASA, you've got NOAA, you've got the National Science Foundation developing all this great science. And your two agencies, State Department and FEMA, use the information, hopefully, but you don't necessarily have a huge science staff at your disposal to help translate it. So my question is around and Louise, you used this term a few minutes ago, translation. What do you see is needed to help translate the fundamental science that the science agencies are developing on the global issues associated with climate? What do you need? What sort of translation services do you need to be able to take the science that's being developed and implement it?
Yeah, so I would say that a lot of the science that is being developed and from other federal agencies, where we apply it and can apply it to our program space, right, from an engineering or science perspective, we do. I'll give you an example of that. And in the context of this future flood risk data piece that I've been describing, and a more comprehensive understanding of flood risk, there's been a lot of collaboration recently between FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers, for example, to understand engineering approaches, science approaches, to understand that behind flood control structures in particular. And so we've been working at this collaboratively for the last, I don't know, couple, 2-3 years recently, really. And so I'd say that there's quite a bit that we're doing there to translate that science into the application, and in particular, just in that example, for flood hazard risk analysis kind of perspectives. The translation piece that I was alluding to earlier is really, as we're leveraging technology, as we're leveraging and developing engineering approaches to more comprehensively understand these challenges of flood risk and how water behaves, and translating that into a risk assessment of the impact on the built environment from a financial perspective. That is a lot of information that for the property owner who we deal with, FEMA, on the FEMA side, we deal with consistently on a regular basis, is an overwhelming piece of information for them to wrap their mind around. And so we in the industry have our own challenges, right, with that. And so, so the translation piece that I was alluding to is really, how do we take all this rich information and technology and what we can do from a science perspective and apply it? And now we've got to translate that into, you know, the local floodplain administrator in a community who now has to use this information to make decisions about how high a structure should be built, for example, or where it should be built and so on. So that translation, I think, is where much more of the challenge, and that's a human behavior element, at least that we're finding, and we're looking to explore a lot more, and would love to see more exploration here, because it's what's the motivation, what's the human behavior, what's the human side of things in terms of understanding that better, so that we can create products perhaps in a different way that helps to relate to that homeowner, in my particular example, in a much more, you know, meaningful way.
Thanks. Julian?
The question, Dave, I mean, you know, how do we translate? I think first off, I'm super lucky to be able to work with folks on the water team at State who have strong science backgrounds and capacity that we gain through, you know, everything from AAAS fellowships and to other avenues. And so that, you know, it is important for us to be able to take in that information and be able to sift through it adequately and use it for our objectives. The Interagency Water Working Group also plays that role for us. But I think there are two items that I would quickly say. I think you said, how do we ensure that our partners take the science and implement it? And I think that implementation angle is really the crucial sort of obstacle. You know, there is science awareness and knowledge that is found in many countries that are facing water challenges. The question is sort of, how do you help those countries help to implement some of the findings, some of the solutions that the science helps to uncover? You know, I think that also, you know, in some cases can take the form of assuming that folks are unaware of water problems or unaware of some of the technologies out there. They are aware of them. I think that the challenge there is that you need to be able to work with local institutions that are empowered to actually manage that political change and start to implement some of those solutions. So we, for example, we work very closely with river basin organizations, with ministries in a number of our partner countries to understand their processes, understand where they are, and how we can work with many of these agencies that are here on the call today to try to help support their engagement, their conversations with stakeholders and their constituents, and where needed, bring that scientific capacity to bear. But it really has to be sort of that locally owned process, because if not, then we're just, I forget who said it, we're just throwing science over the transom and hoping it lands.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah, really, really good points. All right, I'll bring in another board member at this point, Bob Hirsch. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Jordan. Great presentations, everyone. I want to drill down into a topic that's kind of at the boundary line between weather and climate, and take the issue of a water resource manager who is always on a daily basis is trying to assess their risks a day out, a month out, a year out, that kind of time frame. Traditionally, they may have simply used historic weather information to say, these are some equally likely futures of what we might expect, and we can assess our risks and design our actions based on those. I think we now recognize that just a strictly historical approach isn't really suited to the situation we're in, but we're not sure what the information products are that can inform us to deal with what are the risks that we face in today's climate. And I think a lot of people see the climate change research community being very focused on where are we going to be in 50 years or 100 years, when there's a lot of people who want to know about where are we now. There's a related problem, which is that people who do design work, whether it's a culvert, a storm sewer, and any of these kinds of things that are part of our built infrastructure, how to use the information we have about weather and climate to have the most relevant and up-to-date information about intensity, duration, and frequency, rather than just depending on stuff that may be 100 years old and not entirely being reliant on the GCMs either. I'd like to open it up to anyone who would like to comment, and really, do we have the science and the structure of thinking that really spans engineering, economics, weather, and climate, where we're really bringing together products that water planners and managers can use?
Oh, this is Lawrence. I'll briefly sort of say I was actually hoping to take this and turn it around and ask the board to take up this issue. So I think it's a great topic for the board to help us with. I think a lot of us sort of see that there is this gap between the hydrology on one hand and the water cycle on the other, and it's that middle space about making projections and for those areas and having better lead times. A lot of us in the federal agencies, and Wayne talked about earlier, in terms of seasonal to subseasonal predictions to get at those time frames where water managers are maybe having to make those sorts of decisions, or the information would really be helping them. I realize it doesn't quite address the infrastructural issue you talked about, but so yes, I would actually like to turn it back around and say, board, we could use your help taking up this topic. I think some of the things that I think some people mentioned it yesterday, and I'll just echo it again, is that we recognize it in the water community that there are lots of times these multiple models, and that we don't necessarily have these baseline comparisons. And so if there were some frameworks or processes that we could help either integrate the models better or do some level of comparison, that might also help us do the modeling that could help get us, whether it's through the middle or then getting on to that longer range scale that might be needed to address some of those climate and water issues. So maybe others want to jump in as well.
I think Wayne is ready to go. So go ahead, Wayne.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jordan and Lawrence. Great comment, and I completely agree. And in fact, would also like it turned around, and would add, I see a sort of series of principles here for us to think about. I mean, one I brought up earlier, this continuous user engagement process, I think it's really important that we understand equitably and that we're accountable for what we say we can provide. I think within that, I would add effective risk communication. I mean, one of the we're working hard to, kind of characterize uncertainty in climate predictions and projections, but I don't think we do a very good job in communicating the uncertainties. Getting maybe a little more into the cutting edge science and technology, I would also add social and behavioral considerations. Then there's the whole suite of applications, and I really appreciate the question, from the perspective of what does the board see as the most important applications for us to be thinking about. And then I would add education and outreach to enable effective use of those applications. So I, like Lawrence, really love this question and would love to have it turned around and thought about in that context. Thank you.
Wayne, it sounds like from some of the initiatives that you described earlier that there's definitely progress being made on that actionable science, on getting to the pieces that folks are requesting. There was a comment in the chat, related about precipitation projections and making those more up to date and usable by communities across the country. So I think this is a great topic. Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Yeah. Dave Raff, it looks like you had a comment as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're speaking to those of us that are pulling the gates and putting the water down canals. And I guess my take is a little bit different than what you just heard. And that is that if you're hearing or talking that what we need is finer scale projections or better projections, that we're barking up the wrong tree. That is not going to happen in the time frame of reduced uncertainty that is going to inform things anything different than where we're at today or where we were at 20 years ago. And I don't think that there's an issue communicating the uncertainty. If anything, it's uncertainty overload. Everybody recognizes the uncertainty. What we need is different ways of looking at the issue, because if you're moving from just a set of uncertainties to trying to build a dam or design a pipe, you're talking about real world money here. Do you build a $100 million pipe or a $200 million pipe? And there is no way to look at that problem using the historic framework that Bob was describing of substituting the past for and make that risk with looking to the future. There is just no analog. So we either need a different way of making those decisions. I mentioned yesterday the RAND approach or deep uncertainty or whatever, or I think to Bob's point is we need a different way of running the systems, not in the design side, but talking about forecast informed reservoir operations or other approaches that try to include real-time information that we do think we understand. Is it good enough to Bob's other question? No. The forecast science is something that we need a lot of work on, and one where we might get greater fruit on the vine than focusing on having better projections or whatever, however you want to frame that. That uncertainty is not going away in a time frame that's going to help our communities or the tribes or folks build pipes, build dams, build plants, fix things in meaningful ways and make decisions of whether they need to invest 100 or $200 million.
Right. Well, sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Well, I just amplifying on Dave's point, and I think a way to look at it is, I think there was a time when people thought that what water managers needed was a good point forecast. That is to say, you're going to get this much rain a week from now. Rather, that resource managers recognize that they need a good idea what the probability distribution is a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, and that the old probability distribution probably isn't the right one, but we don't know how to find the probability distribution that's really appropriate to where the whole climate system is today and our uncertainty about that. So it's getting at climate information as probabilities as opposed to point forecasts.
All right, well, I'm looking at the time. I'm sure we could talk about these climate and water issues for much, much longer than the time we had, but I think everyone could use a break. So first, I would like to thank our panelists from today. Thank you all for taking sharing your insights from your agencies and taking the time both through your presentations and for a really good discussion. I'd like to thank also all of the additional federal partners who joined us for this portion of the conversation. Okay, so we are now going to take about a 30-minute break, and we hope that everyone rejoins us at 2:45 Eastern Time for the final session of the day. Thank you all.
Thank you all for rejoining us for this afternoon, if you're west of the 100th or east of the 100th meridian session of the Water Science Technology Board's spring board meeting. This is the fourth panel of the groups that have been assembled for this two-day event, and I want to thank them all right from the very beginning here. This fourth panel is a little bit different than the previous three. This panel is focused on the political side of developing agendas and policies for the federal agencies that we've heard from the last day and a half. My name is Dave Wegner. I am a member of the Water Science Technology Board, and a little bit of background before we move forward. I am a part-time senior science strategist for Woolpert Engineering, where I focus on climate-related issues of water and energy. I'm retired from the U.S. House of Representatives professional staff. I'm also retired from the Department of Interior. And lastly, I'm retired from being a professional guide in the Grand Canyon boatman. The theme here is that I fail at retirement, so sorry about that. The issue that this session, we have experts from several of the House and Senate committees who have oversight on federal agency water activities. Plus, we have an expert from the Government Accountability Office, the agency who is kept busy by the House and Senate panels in reviewing federal activities in water. Congress plays a critical role in what the agencies do. Congress passes key legislation, which then is affected into policy, which then becomes the agenda for the federal agencies. All of our panelists today have a long and valuable water history working in both Congress and within the agencies. Unfortunately, working on the Hill comes with some requirements. One important one is that every staffer serves at the pleasure of the committee chairman, and second, that your number one priority is to be in the background for the hearings. Unfortunately, one of our participants today, Matt Muriagi, is in the middle of a hearing as we speak. So he may or may not be able to join us as we move forward, and we're going to put him last on our speaking. So hopefully Matt will be able to join us today. Today we have Ryan Seeger, who's the staff director and senior counsel for the House T&I Subcommittee on Water Resources and the Environment. John Kane, who's the senior policy analyst for the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. Alfredo Gomez at GAO, who's the director of the Environment Protection Issues with specialization on natural resources and the environment. And if Matt is able to join us, he is the House Natural Resources Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and the Environment, or as we call it, the WOW Committee. Matt will try to join us if he possibly can. For those who are interested, the hearing that's going on today, not that you're supposed to leave this channel, but it's the status of drought conditions throughout the Western United States. Living here in the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, I can attest to the fact that it is dry. And as we heard yesterday from Tanya Trujillo, the Department of Interior is in the middle of managing drought in both the Klamath and the Colorado River Basin. These are significant issues that are affecting us in the Western United States and will continue to affect us in the future. So a little bit of housekeeping before our first speaker. Each of the speakers we've asked to speak for 10 minutes or so. We have a little bit extra time if you run over, so don't worry about that. Then we will have a roundtable discussion with the Water Science Technology Board and panelists and agency participants. And if you're so inclined, you can send questions in via the chat, or there's also the Sligo feature that I believe is somewhere on the screen here that you can access. So let's begin with Ryan Seeger. Ryan's one of the most knowledgeable people in the House of Representatives on water-related policy, and the person who I had the pleasure of working with when I was in the House, and someone who knows from experience how to row one of those long, skinny boats very fast. Ryan, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thanks, Dave. I really appreciate it. Dave and I had the opportunity to work together, it's probably a decade now ago, in terms of at the time when as politics works, majority and minority can flip on elections. And I think at the time, the House went from majority status under Chairman Jim Oberstar to minority status under then ranking member Nick Rahal from West Virginia. And so, as Dave kind of alluded to, we tend to serve at the discretion of our electeds. And during my tenure here, I've had the opportunity to work under two, and now on my third chairman, Peter DeFazio Fazio from Oregon. So it's been a interesting experience. It's been extremely rewarding, but obviously lots of challenges that we always face in terms of addressing our nation's water-related resource problems. I've been on the Hill now for probably 25 years. I actually started as a congressional staffer for a member from Philadelphia, and have been with the committee now since 1998, so quite a while now. Dave mentioned, I'm the staff director of the Water Resources Subcommittee. Our primary jurisdiction on our subcommittee within House Transportation Infrastructure is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and EPA's Clean Water Program. We also have, EPA's Superfund program and a host of other smaller agencies that we probably spend less time on. But in terms of the kind of larger portion of our portfolio, it is the Corps and it is EPA's Clean Water Program that take the majority of my time. And in terms of kind of framing today's kind of discussion, in terms of how we're approaching kind of the challenges facing our nation, kind of a water infrastructure related environment. There are similar themes, I think, between kind of the Corps and EPA's Clean Water Program, especially with respect to kind of the state of our nation's infrastructure, which is a hot topic, obviously, right now with the change in administrations and kind of the debate on Capitol Hill. One of the things that we have been successful in the last few years in kind of re-engaging in is biennial authorization of legislation for the funding of the Corps of Engineers portfolio, things called Water Resources Development Acts, or WRDAs. Since 2014, we've been successful on a biennial basis of trying to get a WRDA bill enacted into law every 2 years. And just before the end of 2020, we were able to get, with John Kane's help, we were able to get our fifth in a row. And so obviously a good tradition we want to continue on. But in terms of kind of formulating that bill, in terms of discussing some of the challenges we're facing, I think one of the things that we have taken a hard look at is kind of what is the Corps' role in addressing kind of the water related challenges of the nation. The Corps' primary mission areas, for those who may not know the Corps as well as others, is navigation, flood control, and environmental restoration. They have similar authorities with respect to hydropower and water supply and recreation and other mission areas, but their big three mission areas are like I said, flood control, nav, and ecosystem restoration. One of the things that I think we have noticed over the last 2 decades is some of the challenges that communities are facing, not only from aging infrastructure, but also a changing environment and some of the challenges as these two things kind of face each other. We have now, over the last few WRDA cycles, been directing the Corps to get a better understanding of the state of the nation's infrastructure. A lot of the Corps' portfolio of the flood control structures or the navigation structures are now approaching either their 5th, 6th, or 7th decade. So we are operating with engineering structures that have been in place possibly well beyond their useful or intended use life. The challenge I think that we're facing is not only is the infrastructure aging, but it's also facing a whole array of new challenges that probably weren't contemplated when these projects were originally designed and constructed, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. Chief among them are obviously some of the consequences of climate change. Climate change can take lots of different aspects. It can be very wet in one season. It can be very dry, as Dave mentioned, in kind of the Southwest. You can have flashier storms. You can have basin-wide flooding. One of the things I think that we've noticed in the last few cycles is kind of the recurring nature of these extreme weather events, whether that be too much water or not enough water, more active hurricane system. In the last 10, 12 years, we've now have multiple named storms that we can rattle off in terms of their impacts of certain regions. Just talk Katrina, just talk Sandy, talk, Harvey, Irma, and Rita. We're starting to see a recurring pattern in terms of the coastal communities, the inland communities, a lot of our western communities with respect to water supply. And when you throw together kind of an aging infrastructure, when you throw together the challenges kind of facing these communities with respect to climate change, that makes for a difficult situation. When you add on top of that kind of the unpredictability of the federal budget cycle and a kind of trend line, unfortunately, that is downward when it comes to federal investments in our infrastructure, you truly create situations where there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of the ability of the infrastructure to kind of address the challenges it was designed for, as well as address the challenges that are kind of currently facing these communities. Add on top of that, again, it seems like we're piling on this, but add on top of that, the whole host of communities that may not yet have the infrastructure to meet their local challenges. With a declining budget, and a lot of communities who still face challenges of localized flooding, or need for water supply, or need for kind of improved navigation. These are the challenges that continue to vex a lot of smaller communities that are trying to play in this world of having their local water resources challenges addressed in a declining budget. Worse still is when you talk about some communities that may have affordability challenges in addressing them. One of the big issues that John and I wrestled with in the WRDA context in 2020 was, you have a lot of you obviously have communities that are very affluent and can kind of jump the queue and are able to afford core projects, because they have the tax base to support it. You also have a lot of other communities, especially rural communities or economically disadvantaged communities, where their means to afford kind of the traditional core process is strained by either a declining rate base, or a population that just doesn't have the economic means to afford to address some of these challenges in a traditional fashion. Their needs are no less than some of these other communities, but their means to be able to resolve them in a traditional way are lessened, and that is another challenge. How do we make sure that we have an equitable system that addresses all of these communities' needs in an equitable manner? One last thing that was a big focus of, again, the WRDA 2020 cycle was greater use of infrastructure that tries to mimic natural features, so natural and nature-based infrastructure. One of the things I think we learned after Hurricane Katrina, and definitely again after Superstorm Sandy, was that a lot of communities, the traditional gray approach of addressing kind of their flooding needs, or their inland flooding needs, may not work for everybody. Let's put it that way. So there is a greater push towards utilization of features that mimic natural environments, either spreading out room for the river concepts, or greater use of sand dunes to kind of lessen storm impacts versus kind of traditional seawalls and kind of levee systems. So you see a greater push kind of within the core community of adaptation and use of these natural nature-based features to kind of encourage kind of a resilient approach to try and address some of these localized challenges. And, I would argue it's likely cutting edge in terms of the core implementing them, but in terms of community acceptance, it's something that is gaining greater acceptance. And again, it's just another one of those kind of variables that John and I continue to follow as we kind of watch the core kind of address the nation's water related infrastructure needs. In the clean water space, I think the challenges with respect to infrastructure are very similar. Again, we have a lot of infrastructure that was built in the waning days of the Water Control Act of 65 and the Clean Water Act of 72, that the infrastructure that was built then is now reaching the end of its useful life. At the same time, federal investment in our nation's wastewater infrastructure is probably at an all-time low, whereas it used to be in the 60-70% range back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. Now it's more like 5% or 10% in terms of the total investment compared to the need. So that is another challenge in terms of addressing our nation's wastewater and stormwater infrastructure need. Add on top of that, and similar to the core, kind of the climate challenge of flashier storms, greater impacts of storms where you may have 100-year or a 200-year or a 500-year level of rain dropped in a community in a matter of hours to days, whereas that was not something you would have seen 40, 50, 60 years ago. Now is something that's becoming more common. A kind of a localized example here in DC. DC is in the process of completing a combined sewer outfall that was meant to address kind of the 500-year storm as a way of kind of having a underground storage tunnel to kind of park the water during a flashy event, and then they could kind of move it to the system and avoid kind of a CSO in a kind of a flashy event. There was a storm that happened last year that actually filled that tunnel in about 20 minutes. And so I think DC is now, again, looking at, is that the long-term solution, or unfortunately is the new normal that's going to be something that they're going to have to continue to build redundancy on top of redundancy to address. So the infrastructure challenges in the clean water system are very similar to that in the core space. Lastly, I think, there's the kind of the clean water and the regulatory side. Something that, I've been following for the last few years is kind of watching the trends in terms of the national quality inventories, kind of that kind of periodic assessment by states of the condition of their nation's water. So states are required on a biennial basis to basically do an assessment of, is the water, is the streams, are the lakes, is the coastal areas, are the wetlands, meeting their water quality standards, or are they not? Unfortunately, if you look at the data over the last 10, 15 years, trend lines have been going in the wrong direction in terms of the number of states reporting assessed waters that are not meeting their water quality standards is actually increasing over time. Again, thinking of kind of it in a big picture from the Clean Water Act standard, we were supposed to have fishable and swimmable waters of all of our waters by 1983, but we're long past that. I think that things that we in Congress are focusing on, in addition to our infrastructure side, is, are we continuing to make progress in addressing our nation's water quality challenges? I think the data is saying otherwise, but obviously that is a place where we could use additional help in terms of understanding kind of where the trend lines are going, and also what are the challenges. I mean, we hear things like emerging contaminants, we hear things like PFAS is kind of a top of the fold kind of press issue right now that's kind of challenging a lot of communities. But there are other issues that are declining infrastructure. There are kind of the vexing issue that we've never really fully gotten our arms around addressing non-point sources of pollution. Stormwater is a huge issue that continues to emerge as kind of a continuing water quality challenge. These are the issues that we in Congress are going to have to tackle if we're ever serious about kind of truly meeting the goals of the Clean Water Act in terms of fishable, swimmable waters. So these are the things that we're going to have to keep our focus on. So that's kind of a brief summary of the things that we see as priorities in terms of kind of both the core hat and the clean water hat. And thank you again for the invitation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ryan. That was a great summary of the issues that you're facing right now. And we will circle back after the other two presenters and ask some specific questions. So next, we're going to jump over to the other side of the Capitol, and John Kane is going to join us. John is the Senior Policy Advisor for the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. The Senate and the House play intricate roles in kind of handshaking of how do we move legislation back and forth to get a product that can actually the president can sign and be implemented. So John, the Zoom floor is yours. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Like others said, I am Ryan Seeger's counterpart. My name is John Kane. I manage the staff that does drinking water, wastewater, Army Corps of Engineers, CERCLA, and RCRA on the Environment and Public Works Committee here in the Senate under Chairman Carper. I have been with Senator Carper now for 7 years in various roles, working with him when he was on the Homeland Security Committee, managing material over there. But I've been in the Senate for more than 20 years, working on various issues from appropriations through aging, but water and Army Corps of Engineers has always been a part of my portfolio in some fashion. So when I moved over to the committee, this was sort of the natural fit to start moving the WRDA process forward in the Senate and really making that a continued priority for Chairman Carper, who comes from the lowest lying state, and climate change is one of our top priorities in addressing when it comes to Army Corps of Engineers and water. Broadly, I think Ryan hit the nail on the head when it comes to what we're talking about when it comes to the Corps of Engineers, drinking clean water, and frankly, even with drinking water when it comes to the challenges that we're all looking at. From our committee's perspective, climate change is number one. We need to figure out how do we address that? How do we continue to build around the issues that are facing climate change? For water, water itself is not a driver of climate change. It is somebody that is impacted by climate change. And we have to really figure out how to address the impacts in water systems, be it drinking water, be it wastewater, or be it Corps of Engineers, and making these projects more resilient and able to withstand more of the problems that we're seeing on a daily basis. But that is a symptom, that is a Band-Aid. And as a committee, we are continuing to work through what the root causes are of climate change. And so that is a continued priority for Senator Carper, and that is other parts of our team that are working on those more regularly. In addition to that, environmental justice and affordability has become sort of the new priority and the new norm of conversation. So many of these communities in America, whether it's Army Corps and we're talking about flood infrastructure or navigation, or whether it is drinking water, or whether it is wastewater, the cost of water itself and the infrastructure associated with it has grown exponentially. And these systems, as they get older, only become more expensive. As we face new contaminants, they only become more expensive to manage. And it leaves the people behind that have consistently been forgotten or ignored. Earlier this year, the Senate passed a drinking water and wastewater package, the first of many infrastructure bills that we will be doing this Congress, because water is one of our top priorities. We will have several other packages coming forward. The Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act of 2020 focused on three main components: reauthorizing the drinking water SRF, reauthorizing the clean water SRF, and establishing several grant programs to start moving the needle forward on addressing environmental justice. When we established the SRFs in the 80s and the 90s, these were revolving loan programs. Grants were basically eliminated, and many of the communities that I think would be looking towards grants were left behind because they don't have the capability of really accessing loans or the ability of building a tax base to repay a loan in those efforts. And so that has been a huge effort of this committee to figure out how do we bring those communities and those small groups or those small subsets of communities that have been left behind forward. And so we will be continuing to work on those issues, including an affordability program to address bringing the cost of infrastructure down so that it does not get passed on to the ratepayers at large. The third focus that I believe this committee will be looking at over the course of these 2 years and possibly the next 5 to 10 behind it, for both the Army Corps and drinking water and wastewater, are alternative forms of project delivery and ways that we can help communities get access to resources in unique and new ways while still protecting the environment. I want to be very, very clear about that. We need to make sure that we are not only creating jobs and providing the infrastructure and the utility, but that we are doing it in an environmentally safe and friendly way in the most expeditious manner possible. We don't want to violate the Clean Water Act or create problems with Safe Drinking Water Act inadvertently by just instituting a new water system to deal with these things. But we do need to start to be creative and look at ways of helping communities help themselves get around their aging infrastructure issues and really step up to the plate. I think many of you have seen the American Jobs Plan that came from President Biden. He is already talking about, dramatic investments in drinking water and wastewater when it comes to lead reduction and modernizing infrastructure across this country. And I think the bill that the Senate just passed takes steps in that direction, but there is quite a bit more that we can be doing. And as we start to think about the ways that we need to address water infrastructure in this country, we need to think about the interconnectedness between Army Corps of Engineers, EPA drinking water and wastewater, Bureau of Reclamation, drought. All of these systems all fall in together and all have similar issues that need to be worked on in tandem with each other. And we need to be cognizant of all of the problems that not only Western states are facing, but Eastern states are facing, and how we can all work together to address these problems at large. And I think that will be the big focus that you see coming out of the Senate, is that water is not an isolated issue for EPA or an isolated issue for the Corps of Engineers. They all need to be thinking about and working together and coming up with a broad strategy that everybody has a part of. And so that to me will be sort of our focus over the course of this summer and in the fall as we start all of our hearings and start thinking about how we are going to move legislation. Just as a matter of background, I know Ryan's heard me say this before and he'll laugh at me. The Senate starts our water process much earlier than the House. So we will actually have our WRDA kickoff hearings this summer. And we will start taking in member requests and start thinking about how we are going to move that policy over the course of the summer. We will kick that off with 2 major hearings. The first will be on natural infrastructure and updating engineering standards at the Army Corps of Engineers and how we can work through those. The second will be on project delivery within the Corps and how we can make the Corps a more effective agency long-term. And then in the fall, we will have hearings with the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works asking what they believe needs to be included in WRDA. And we will have similar hearings on the EPA side with Radhika Fox when she is confirmed to talk about what EPA believes needs to change within the clean water and drinking water SRFs. With that, I'll press pause because I bet it's probably better for us to do more question and answer because I think there's a lot of things that folks are going to want to hear about, and Ryan and I are just going to start to repeat each other.
Thanks, John. That was very helpful and very informative. The Senate does move in certain times faster, but certain times slower than the House side. So it's all a matter of you two, especially you and Ryan, negotiating that process and keeping the members engaged at the specific levels they need to. So
well, it's
you.
Like I tell my boss, when I grow up, I want to be Ryan. So
we all want to be Ryan when we grow up. What do you mean? So our last speaker, well, I hope not our last, I hope Matt can join us, but our next speaker is Alfredo Gomez. Alfredo, I've known for several years. He's the director of the environmental protection issues at the Government Accountability Office, focusing on natural resources and the environment. I've known Alfredo because Congress typically asks through the WRDA bills and other vehicles to have GAOs step up and do reviews on federal agency related issues associated with water. Alfredo has had a great staff, Susan Hyatt, Anne-Marie Fennell, who unfortunately is retired now, but good for her. They provide tremendous service to the agencies and to the members of Congress in kind of making sure that we all understand what's going on. So Alfredo, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Dave. And again, thank you for inviting us to be part of the session today. So I do have a couple of slides, and they're mostly pictures because I thought what I could do is talk about the issues that actually have been discussed at your board meeting. Pretty much, I don't think you'll hear an issue that's new for me, but I have some photos and graphics that just allow us to talk about it. So if we can go to the next slide. So it was mentioned earlier about who GAO is, but just so that folks are clear, so we're nonpartisan, data-driven. We're a congressional agency, so we work for John and Ryan's committees and other committees of jurisdiction. And so essentially, we are responsible for assessing federal agencies' role in almost every facet of the water policy space, whether it's water quality issues, supply, research, water infrastructure, climate resilience. We're there assisting Congress in its oversight responsibility. Next slide. So in terms of the work that GAO has done and issues that we've identified, so there are sort of 4 big areas that I wanted to chat with you, and each of these areas has a corresponding graphic that I want to chat with you about. And so, as you can see, we've done work across a wide range of water topics. The issues that we've identified have already been discussed in most of your discussions today. But you can see from the first bullet there, with respect to the Clean Water Act and Safe Drinking Water Act, it was already mentioned whether or not we're making progress in providing clean, safe drinking water. So we would say there are many challenges that we've identified in our work, and we can talk about those. With respect to water conflicts, water quantity conflicts, there's many of them that are arising, and there are a number of causes for them. We all probably know that water infrastructure is in bad repair. The American Society of Civil Engineers has rated water infrastructure with a grade of D. So I think you were aware of that as well. And then the last issue that I want to talk about is climate resilience, and overall resilience is really needed in the water sector. Next slide. So this first picture that I wanted to share with you, this is from an older GAO report. And even though it's an older report, it is still pretty relevant. I think Ryan mentioned where we are in terms of impairments of water bodies. And so in this graphic, what you see, the darkest color is showing you the region in the country where more than 25% of the water bodies are impaired. And so you can see them all along the eastern coast. You can see the whole Lake of Michigan. You can see other parts across the country. And obviously, this is the case because we've done work also looking at both point sources and non-point sources. When it comes to point sources, as you know, those are industrial facilities, municipal wastewater plants, abandoned mines. We issued a recent report where we reported 140,000 abandoned mines in the US, and some of these are creating pollution problems and contaminated water runoff. We have a new job that we're starting looking at combined sewer overflows, and which is another source of nutrients. Now, when it comes to non-point sources of pollution, as we all know, those are managed by voluntary reductions. It's already been noted the concern with agricultural and stormwater runoff are polluting our waterways. We've also talked about nutrients in terms of creating HABs, harmful algal blooms. And we have a job right now that Susan Ayad is actually leading for us, looking at federal agencies and looking at HABs in terms of agencies' roles to respond to them, to coordinate, to work with state and locals. And so, taking all of this, the question was, what progress are we making? And I think that's a good question to ask. And it's probably clear that progress is perhaps at risk of stalling. Next slide, please. So with respect to the Safe Drinking Water Act, we have also done a number of reports where we are looking at issues in lead in drinking water, lead in schools, lead line replacement. Recently we issued a report where we were looking at, one of the questions asked was, what are the social and demographic characteristics of communities with lead service lines? So this is a report where there were many environmental justice components. We were able to use, in this case, geospatial data from utilities for where lead service lines were located, and also use US Census data from various tracks. And what we found is that the areas with, and this is not a surprise, but areas with older housing and vulnerable populations were more likely to have lead service lines. And so this analysis was important because it really does allow utilities and also EPA to provide additional assistance, but allows utilities a way to target particular neighborhoods for lead replacement lines. And in this picture, what you're seeing is just, this is from one of our reports, you see the main water line going through the center of the street. But more importantly, you're then looking at the service lines, and those are the service lines that are separated between the public line owned by the utility from the water main to the property line, and then the service line that is owned by the homeowner. So if you are doing lead service line replacement, the question is, are you doing partial replacement? Or are you replacing the whole service line? Next slide, please. So water quantity. This is a map, again, from one of our previous reports. And this is a report where we found that 40 of the 50 state water managers expected shortages in some portion in their states. And the darker color, which you see Montana lit up, was, it's a state at the time we did the work back in 2014, that the state was expecting a statewide water shortage. The next color down were states where water managers told us that they're expecting regional water shortages. And then the next color where they were expecting local water shortages. So this is just an example showing you that it's pretty much lit across the country. Also, GAO's done work looking at the energy water nexus, where we are all aware that the water sector can be very energy intensive. And so that's also important to keep in mind. The next slide is about, so water infrastructure, we were talking about that as well. Water infrastructure, while it's managed by the states, the federal government has a big role because the federal government has large reservoirs, levees, irrigation systems, and then of course, federal agencies provide billions of dollars a year in funding for municipal water and wastewater infrastructure. So EPA estimates that almost $750 billion is needed to upgrade this infrastructure. We also issued a report just a few years ago looking at the state of water infrastructure on tribal lands and the role not just that EPA, USDA has, but also the Indian Health Service. And Tribal needs are also large. It's almost $6 billion for the next 20 years. Also, I think it was John who mentioned affordability is a big issue for our Hill clients. And so we did a report a number of years ago looking at cities with declining populations and focusing on how they were managing their water utilities. And so they obviously have additional challenges, but they also have many households that are not able to afford their water rates. So there are big questions about affordability. The good thing is that over the 10 utilities that we focused on, all of them had programs to help households pay their bills. But it was an issue that as utilities struggle to upgrade and maintain their infrastructure, they're running up against having rates that are affordable. So that is a big challenge. The next slide is just a graphic of from one of our reports. This is an Iowa City wastewater treatment plant. As you can see, it's flooded. So we did a report with Susan Ayat where we were focusing on water utilities' ability to build resilience to climate in particular, and the role that EPA can have. So that was a report, again, where we looked across the country, both large, medium, and small utilities in terms of what can be done. The need is great from what we learned. We did have a recommendation in that report. And so also it's important here to note, we've been talking about the Corps of Engineers. So GAO has also done work looking at the Corps of Engineers, the Bureau of Reclamation, and how they manage water levels in their reservoirs, which is a key aspect of resilience. The Corps does have underway ways to improve its ability to respond to extreme weather. So there's ongoing work at GAO looking at all of these aspects and all of these areas. And then the last slide that I have is just about data. And so data, in all of our work that we do at GAO, data is really key and essential. So there are many federal agencies that are dealing with some aspect of data, but one of the challenges that we always find in most of our work is the need to have better data, complete data, accurate data, and additional data in order for us to do our work. And not just data, obviously, that the federal government is gathering, but when it comes to the water space, states have a big role in terms of inputting data. So that's one area that we always in every report discuss. Sometimes we have recommendations to improve the data. Also, I know that the board has been discussing the water subcabinet, and we think that's an opportunity for the federal government to coordinate water information and data and to really build on its efforts in that area. The next slide just shows a listing of the many reports that we've worked on in a variety of areas. So we are happy to provide any additional assistance to the board about if you see any reports there that are of interest to you or you'd like to learn more about. So that's it for me.
Thanks, Alfredo. That was great. As we can see from that list, you guys have been very busy at GAO looking at a lot of water-related issues for Congress. And we appreciate all that you've done there. So as we've heard from our first three panelists today, there are a lot of issues associated with water that are challenging. Matt, unfortunately, is still the committee hearing on natural resources still ongoing. But before we jump into Q&A, there were a couple of points that he asked me to just make sure folks know about the natural resources is focusing on. And they combine almost word for word from what John and Ryan have said. The first one is the Natural Resources Committee is going to focus on water infrastructure. And how they pay for it. So that's going to be a big part, especially for the tribal nations in the West. Mr. Grijalva, who's the chairman of Natural Resources, is from Arizona. He's got a lot of input and a lot of interest in the Native American issues. The second major area is drought initiatives, hence the hearing that's going on today. This is a major issue, especially in the western lands in the US. Tax credits associated with water conservation. So is there a way that as we do demand side management and other related water conservation ways, are there ways to provide tax credits or other means to help pay for some of those issues? Certainly supporting the administration's America Jobs Plan. That's, as Matt said, it's a once in a generation opportunity. They want to make sure that they support the administration on that. An issue that came up yesterday is the role that OMB has in the financing and prioritization of water infrastructure projects. The formulas and the process that they're interested in, environmental justice, and that rolls right into tribal rights, both the legal liabilities and the trust responsibilities of the government, and Colorado River issues. So that was the big 8 list that Matt came about. In relation to the Colorado River, the new administration is picking up the renegotiation of the 2006 shortage guidelines, which will dictate how the 7 basin states manage the drought and the reduced levels in the federal reservoirs in the Colorado River system. That issue will take at least 5 years to get some sort of agreement honed out between the 7 basin states and the tribes, and then moving that forward into working with the Republic of Mexico on the treaty issues related there. So that's kind of the background of where we're at, especially as related to the House, the Senate, and GAO. And I'm now going to ask that if there are questions that the panelists, our panel, the Water Science Technology Board panel wants to provide to any of our panelists, that we start collecting those. But just to kind of kick it off, being that we are the Water Science Technology Board, I would like to ask all of our panelists, are there major science issues out there that you see as gaps that need to be addressed as we try to address the issues that you all 3 outlined? So I don't know if anybody wants to start or how you would like to move forward on that, but the science issues are important to the board.
So I'll start with that. That's just something that I think Ryan and I have been coming up against largely for a couple of years. Is science is king, at least from our side's perspective, and we think it's extremely important that science and decisions on water are based in science, particularly when it comes to contamination, and understanding how we address that, the levels that are appropriate with which we address that. And I think there are huge gaps in our knowledge base, and we need to have more time with EPA to focus on that. But also, even with the Corps of Engineers, we need to make sure that the regulatory decisions are based in actual scientific data that is balanced and fair. So I would say to you, there are large gaps, and this committee will be spending a large amount of time figuring out how we build in climate science into every decision being made by the Corps, and how we build in resilience and other data factors like that into decisions made by the EPA. I mean, it is absolutely fundamental in everything we will be doing.
And I'll absolutely, 100% agree with everything John said in terms of, I think, and again, showing, we can't not be partisan a little bit sometimes. I mean, the last 4 years and the lack of science and transparency that kind of was with the last administration, that was challenging. I mean, there were a lot of decisions that were made by the administration immediately prior that were definitely grounded in science that unfortunately either were reversed or revoked or otherwise changed in the last administration. And so unfortunately, we're doing a lot of backtracking in terms of trying to recapture some of the science that was, I don't want to say lost, but maybe overlooked over the last 4 years. And I think none more compelling in terms of issues that we're focusing on than probably kind of the state of our nation's wetlands. There was a lot of issues related to kind of addressing some of the Supreme Court challenges in terms of kind of, what is a water in the United States in terms of, and then to address that issue, the Obama administration spent years kind of underpinning the science of kind of how important are intermittent ephemeral headwater streams and wetlands to kind of water quality. The stack of paper that became kind of the science report for that was probably 3-4 feet thick. Unfortunately, it didn't win the day in terms of the argument of kind of what was kind of ultimately decided on what was kind of within and without the jurisdiction of kind of the Trump administration, but now that we have a change administration, it looks like we're going to go back to that issue one more time, and hopefully again let the science dictate. Yes, it's a political decision, we get it. Yes, it's kind of wrought with some legal issues as well, but ultimately, if the science kind of bears to the importance of these waters to kind of water quality, then let the science dictate kind of where the scope of the action should be. But I absolutely agree with John in terms of we're happy to kind of return to some sense of kind of normalcy when it comes to use of science.
The only thing I would add to that, though, Dave, and it comes back to something you mentioned earlier, is science at all levels of the federal government. It's not just at the Corps, it's not just at EPA, it's including even at OMB, and making sure that the factors are based in science and not politics.
Got it. We agree with that. Alfredo, do you have any comments on that?
Sure. So, I mean, these are things that we've talked about already, but, we talked about data that can model water systems, right? So incorporate forward-looking climate information is really needed. And it's really needed at all levels, right? The local folks need it, state decision makers, federal agencies, private sector folks. In terms of work that GAO is recently doing, they do have science components because we're doing a job looking at HABs. And one of the questions is, what are the science research needs? What is it that we still need to know, right? So we have that component. And then we also have work that we're starting looking at PFAS. So we're going to do a tech assessment looking at the technologies that are out there to remediate and treat PFAS. So that's work that's ongoing for us. So those are at least 3 areas that I would say have a very sort of science component, but I think climate information, if we're going to have it, is something that's needed across.
Great, thank you. Well, we've got several board members who want to ask some questions. We'll start out with Mark LeChavier.
Thanks, Dave. Well, it was great to hear that all of you talked about the need for funding for low-income customers, particularly related to water rates, because from a utility standpoint, that's often a drag. Communities are reluctant to raise rates, knowing that that's going to hurt the low-income families. And of course, this fits in with the National Academy of Science lecture earlier this year, the Gilbert F. White lecture from Martin Doyle that talked about increasingly there are utility emergencies. So think of Flint or think of Texas, where funds have come in for emergency funding because of crises in water. And Doyle argues that these are increasing. So maybe ties in the discussion we had this morning from FEMA, NOAA, others, where we're having these climatic effects, or as in Flint, operational effects, that we're pouring in billions of dollars of millions of dollars, probably billion eventually, into these systems. And increasingly, we're having, kind of these emergencies rather than having a more comprehensive program that encourages funding and infrastructure. So my question is, how are you thinking about right-sizing these programs? If we think about the bill that was just introduced in the House on low-income families, there was some funding in the COVID relief bill for low-income funding. But as we move forward, and assuming that's something that the House and the Senate may pick up, and we agree that there will be institutes of programs for funding low-income customers for their water bills, how are you thinking about right-sizing that, given the fact that we're already spending big bucks in responding to these water utility emergencies? So, Ryan,
John, do you want to go first?
I'd really like to hear, because all of you touched on this. My question is, have you started thinking about what would be the size of that need?
So we to be fair, Mark, we have, and it's really big, and it's extremely complicated in how you tackle it. So let me take a step back from your question and talk a little bit about what happened in the Senate earlier this year, because it provides context to what you're asking. There was a bill that was introduced by Senator Cardin and Senator Wicker, which is a version of the bill that I think you are talking about in the House, sponsored by Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, that is going through the Energy and Commerce Committee. That bill has been floating around for a couple of years in the Senate, and it received significant technical assistance from EPA on implementability, and it's got some problems associated with it. And in principle, it is something that we in the Senate agree with. I'm not disagreeing with the principle behind it, but implementability from EPA's perspective is extremely hard because the data is also missing from how we would run an affordability low-income assistance program. And I think that's been a complicating factor for not only the COVID money that has yet to go out, but in through LIHEAP, but this. And that is actually the reason why in the last Congress was it the second or the third package, right? Was it the second? Second. It was the second package where we put a significant amount of money into LIHEAP to run a water affordability program to assist with utility bills. And the reason for that is because getting it actually to the customer to pay the bill and identifying a low-income customer in an appropriate manner is extremely hard. And the complicating factor for that is because most low-income customers do not own their homes. Most low-income customers are renters, and many of them don't have water bills because they are handled by the actual building that they live in as a whole, or it's built into their rent. And so actually getting it how we get the money to the people to address these issues just becomes complicated at large. And so what the Senate did earlier this year was start off the bill with a needs analysis for low-income customers, and at EPA trying to figure out, A, how do we write something like this? What do we do to address these problems? How do we write language that gets at these customers who we may not be able to actually get the money to? It's not that we want to, I'm going to say something that may not be politically correct, slumlords. We don't want to send it to people who are just not paying their water bills because they don't want to pay the water bills for the big building that they're taking care of for their tenants. We want to make sure it's going to people who are actually in crisis and need assistance, and otherwise we want the utilities to go after those landlords who aren't paying the bill themselves and actually get the money through legal means. So we went back and forth about this, and we decided a needs assessment was needed first. It became readily apparent in the Senate that we did need to do some sort of pilot program within the EPA, and so we agreed to include that in the base bill that was passed out of the Senate 89-2 earlier this year. That base program was TA'd by EPA, and we believe the way we get at low-income customers is not by sending the money to the utility. I'm sorry, not by sending the money to the customer, but by sending the money to the utility to address customers who are in the rears. And so the way that they do that is there's going to be an assessment. The SRFs are going to have to work with their state utilities and identify utilities at large who have built up back debt due to customers who haven't been able to pay their bill. And it has to be based on a predominance of low-income customers for eligibility in the program itself. And we run 40 pilot sites to see if this works. The base numbers we got in terms of like a scope of if we were to open this nationwide and how to do this is in the $10+ billion a year in spending. And that's probably on the low side, to be honest with you, because I would be willing to bet that once we actually get into the weeds and we start, lifting up the hood of the car, to speak, we will find a lot of other problems and a lot of other needs. But I'm not sure we have the capability of funding something quite that size without it being extremely problematic and becoming extremely political in the future. And because what we don't want is to start a program, have people become dependent on it, and then it to be taken away from them and the problem to get worse. We really want to help solve the problem. And so I think slowly rolling it out, figuring out a pilot program, figuring out the structure of it, making sure it's right first is key. And that will help us grow the size of it to what is probably more appropriate so we can get a grip on that number. And that's a long way of giving you the Senate's answer to the question, Mark.
And Mark, I might approach the question in a slightly different way. I mean, I think to the extent that the issue is affordability at a household level, I think the other way of looking at this issue is kind of it's kind of the direct result of kind of how we as the federal government have kind of walked away from kind of addressing kind of our nation's infrastructure needs. I mean, again, I mentioned, back in the 50s and 60s when we did the first Water Quality Acts and through the 70s and the Clean Water Act, I mean, the majority of the money that was used to basically build the first generation of wastewater treatment in this country was federal. I mean, with the locals put in 10, 20, 30%. When President Reagan instituted the Clean Water SRF in '87, we switched it from a grant program to a loan program. Okay, so the guys who got their infrastructure built in the 50s and 60s and 70s got grants. The guys who had their infrastructure built in the 80s and 90s, it's all been loans that had been repaid. So obviously that creates some additional pressures on utilities in terms of their ability to finance and then repay the federal money, the federal kind of participation in these projects. As we're now in the 2020s and all of this infrastructure is kind of coming to a point where it's meeting or hitting its useful life, we're in a major kind of rebuild, modernization, transformation at the same time, and yet we're still operating with a loan program. We had witnesses, both sides of the aisle, mayors, counties, community organizers are basically saying in some communities, they just literally can't afford to raise rates. So therefore they can't afford to do basic O&M. So therefore they're just basically bailing, wiring, chewing, gumming their infrastructure and hoping it holds on, when what they really need is a major significant capital reinvestment. So to some extent, the pressure that we're facing is us rethinking how the federal government participates in the capital side of this equation. Is it time for us to really rethink kind of doing this all as a loan program? Because clearly the model is that does not work for everybody. And it especially doesn't work for rural communities or small communities or like pockets of poverty within larger cities. That loan concept doesn't work. The result of that is utilities are faced with a situation where they can't raise rates or there's political pressure not to raise rates. So therefore the infrastructure gets worse and worse. So while I totally agree with John in terms of this rate assistance is kind of it was viewed as a necessary evil in the COVID context because of the kind of unique situation we found ourselves in. I think it had been discussed years before as kind of is this the way to kind of help address that gap between kind of the ability to raise rates and kind of the capital needs? But I think there are other ways of also attacking that same problem. It may require a greater federal investment in terms of the capital side. Maybe it's more palatable than rate assistance to do more grants at the front end on the capital side. But again, that's kind of the debate we're facing now. And there is some backward pressure from the states saying, well, we like the SRF model. We like the idea that the money gets lent out and repaid and then lent out again. Great, that works for some communities. WIFIA is a wonderful program for some communities that can afford to participate in that program, but not every community can. And we, from a congressional standpoint, our mandate is to address the water infrastructure needs of every community. And so clearly there has to be a lot of different tools in the toolbox. So I look at the rate assistance in a kind of a slightly different way, is kind of it's to some extent an echo of us fundamentally changing the way we invest in our infrastructure. And unfortunately, now it's in essence coming due, and now we have to kind of deal with it again.
And actually, Ryan, we don't disagree on that point at all either. Like that is absolutely a fundamental conversation that has been happening from the Senate for the last number of years. We would like to see grants brought back, and we would like to see actual investment coming from the federal government to prevent it from being passed on to the ratepayer in the first place. Because fundamentally, at some point, these utilities hit a max point of what debt they can take on. And as they take on more debt, the only way to do that is to raise rates. And we have got to find a way to keep that from happening at large.
Alfredo, this is really up your alley in doing these kinds of studies and analysis. And actually, do you see a role for the National Academies? Of course, our chair is an economist. We've been talking about trying to find the right venue to bring in the social science and economic science into this water question.
Sure, I can just add that in our work that we did where we looked at utilities with declining populations, is they all had affordability programs. But I think, as both John and Ryan have noted, the problem becomes when utilities really can't take on additional debt and they have to raise rates. What's there? And I know that in the report, we also looked at other options that are out there for utilities. They could be regionalization. They could, although this doesn't happen very often, but it's always thrown out, could there be a possibility for public-private partnerships. I mean, which other ways are there for utilities to do a better job? We've also done work looking at asset management, which is used not just in the water sector, in many other areas, which is a way for utilities to really strategically look and see what their assets are and where they should focus their limited resources as a way to improve their system. So yeah, I mean, this is a tough one, right? Because there is a need, as I've noted, EPA has identified over $760 billion in need. So the question is, how can we do that and just keep going?
Great. As you can see, this is a complicated issue, and it's a lot of moving parts and a lot of issues that need to be addressed as we move forward on it. So thanks, Mark, for that question. We've got a couple of more board members who have got their hands up that I want to go to, and I also want to encourage any of the public who are engaged to also, if you've got questions, to pass them along. Our next question comes from Jordan.
Great, thanks, Dave. And thank you all. This is a really interesting panel and discussion. I'm getting a lot from it. So I actually wanted to pick up on something, Ryan, that you brought up earlier that I think was echoed through the other presentations as well, which is kind of where the regulatory side meets the science. And this is something we see a lot with utilities, where there's a need for certainty in terms of Clean Water Act regulations, let's say just by way of example. And so much of the regulatory apparatus is built around certainty, whether it's CSO, meeting CSO targets, whether it's TMDLs. And yet what the science says is this is a moving target, and that these things are changing over time, and there's a lot of uncertainty about how these changes will come to be. Now, at the same time, you've got utilities that are struggling or failing to meet their current Clean Water Act requirements, then trying to figure out, well, there's this moving, non-stationary standard, and what are we going to do down the road? So I guess we've talked a good amount about the funding side, and I think the federal support and need for federal support at the utility scale to help address part of this question is there. But the other side is also about the regulatory side, and like what kind of flexibility needs to be built in? What is the role of Congress in helping to rethink some of the legal and regulatory structure to allow for the flexibility to manage a changing climate in meeting Clean Water Act goals?
Wow, you mean easy one. So I'm gonna have to put on my Ryan hat, because I obviously don't want to get anybody who I work for get in trouble on this one. But I think actually I'll tap into my inner Jim Oberstar, who was my chairman many moons ago and was here in '72 when the first Clean Water Act was written. We had a lot of conversations about this exact point. I think he would say that the greatest unfinished agenda of the '72 Act was how we treat non-point. In terms of it's, as Alfredo said, it's a voluntary program. It's kind of based on incentive-based approaches, but obviously there's no kind of permit hook in terms of the ability to kind of require reductions in pollution loads. So when you look at kind of a basic assessment of EPA in terms of kind of where the continuing trend lines are in terms of the biggest areas of pollution sources from a kind of just a loading standpoint, they tend to be stormwater, they tend to be non-point sources, they tend to be, and not picking on agriculture, it's both parking lots and big box stores and kind of the writ large. But the way of addressing those is either from a voluntary approach through kind of best management practices, or if a state wants to take more aggressive approaches. So again, speaking candidly and speaking as Ryan, we spend a significant amount of money investing in ratcheting down on the existing point sources further and further and further to get kind of that nth degree more of pollution control, when if we were trying to address this from a cost benefit standpoint, the kind of the smart way of doing this is to kind of address these things from a non-point source. The one thing that you probably missed in your equation was the politics of this. Obviously, as much as the Clean Water Act is a legal document, is a financial document, it's also a political document, because it is, in essence, anything that's required to get enacted into law has to make it to both parties and signed by the president. There have not been a lot of aggressive efforts to further ratchet down on any source of pollution since 72, maybe 87 on the stormwater side. But since then, we tend to let sources of pollution off the hook rather than add more pollution sources to the hook, rightly or wrongly. That's just kind of what's been happening. So again, to that point I made earlier, is if you look at trend lines with respect to water quality, they're not necessarily heading in the right direction. The science is kind of telling us where kind of the cost-effective solutions and additional controls might be. The politics is pretty hard. I've definitely talked to some former EPA folks who have said if Congress was presented knowing today with the 72 Act, not sure it would have passed. Because it's a very different environment today than it was, 40, 50 years ago. So I think the challenges are, we know where a lot of challenges are. We probably know where the cost-effective solutions are. Unfortunately, it's a question of where's the will of kind of the country in terms of making those additional controls. And it's not just the water program. I mean, you see this in the air program, you see it in the toxics program. A lot of, I don't, begrudge my EPA friends in terms of some of the jobs that they have to do because they have a goal, a mission in terms of protecting the environment. And it's a very difficult place to be with funding challenges and kind of, unfortunately, political pressures can be in the wrong direction. So if I were being honest, I think we know where the challenges are. I think it's just simply a question of, is the country ready to kind of really push hard in terms of the cost effective or kind of just continue with the model we have now? And again, that's just kind of an honest Ryan answer.
No, and I really appreciate it. And I think that those are all good points. Your example of DC and the stormwater tunnel, I think, is a useful one, though, because utilities are making investments right now to meet various requirements. They are recapitalizing what infrastructure they can. And under these constraints, it's like it seems like for the nation's benefit, avoiding, we're going to go small because that's what the minimum of what we have to do, and that's what we can afford. Versus what's necessary and what's needed, and as you said, what's most beneficial for their ratepayers and for the country as a whole, as they're building infrastructure that's going to be there for decades to centuries. So it just seems like one of these topics, as we consider it. Again, as you noted, science is not the only answer to this. There are many other pieces of it, but certainly understanding the role that science can play and what we do under these uncertain conditions to at least define what that cost-effective approach would be seems like an important question for us to consider.
John and Alfredo, do you have any comments to that?
So I do have a specific comment, and it may be related to what Ryan was laying out in terms of runoff, but one of the areas that would benefit is technology for treating nutrients at the edge of a field is something that if that's an area that we could learn more about. Obviously, money is needed to know that, but that's a big contribution from non-point sources.
I can't add on to what Ryan said. All I can do is echo it because that's actually a lot of what we're experiencing right now. It's about politics and about what the willpower is to get things done. So
challenging times on the Hill for sure. Our next panelist, Bob Hirsch, has got a question. Bob, you're up.
Thanks. And I'm just the last bit of discussion caused me to take a slight turn in what I wanted to mention. And that it's interesting, Ryan, you talked about the sources that remain to be dealt with. And you briefly mentioned agriculture at the end, but you said, I don't want to be viewed as anti-farmer. I deal in the problems of Chesapeake Bay, the problems of Lake Erie, the problems of the Mississippi. And the answer is very, very strongly the same story in all of them, and the dominance of agriculture as the source, and particularly animal agriculture as the source, and what to do with animal waste. And this is not to make farmers out to be the bad guys, just as in the Clean Water Act, we didn't go out to make municipalities the bad guys. It was to say we need to invest and to help them get over this hump and to find better ways of dealing with that and make a national investment in it. And in fact, in the area of animal waste, you can get some really multiple benefits, both in terms of greenhouse gases, utilization of phosphorus, which is a scarce and ever becoming more scarce resource, and that you need to recycle it and get back on the landscape. That's just sort of my take, which is that we need to move on from 1972 when we declared the primary, that untreated sewage isn't going to go into our waterways anymore for municipalities over the size of X. And I think it now has to be that animal wastes, which are easily of the same magnitude as many communities, we're just not going to do that anymore, but to do it in a way that, again, doesn't make clean water the enemy of agriculture. I want to actually let me see if I respond, but I'd love to come back with another somewhat related question. But I just wondered if you're thinking on the Hill about these agriculturally related issues in clean water?
Again, this is Ryan again. I think the short answer is absolutely yes. And again, I don't think my comment was meant to say that it's not agriculture. I think the problem, at least as I've seen it, is when you start talking about non-point and then people's hackles go up because, oh, you're just picking on farmers. Non-point's a big issue. I mean, we could make the same complaint about surface transportation reauthorization in terms of, the bigger we make highways, the more we're resulting in kind of lead line, brake linings and tire rubber and all that stuff kind of just having this direct conduit into our nation's waters. And so you have a lot of situations, I think, in the Pacific Northwest, they traced car pollution as to one of the reasons why salmons aren't recovering in the Northwest. So again, non-point takes many different faces, and I think we're woefully coming up short in a lot of different places in terms of addressing non-point. With respect to kind of animal feeding operations, I think I just have one anecdotal story. I know there was an attempt early in the Obama administration to kind of get their arms a little bit more around kind of animal feeding operations because it was definitely something that people were starting to take a look at. And I kind of briefly remember talking to some EPA friends who said that they were just looking to do basically an information request in terms of kind of the location of a lot of animal feeding operations, just to kind of figure out kind of where they were. And the blowback that came from just identifying animal feeding operations, let alone kind of doing inspections and kind of and whatnot, was significant. And again, so I think it's one of those situations where, unfortunately, again, I recognize that a lot of times, legal requirements are as political as anything else. These are challenging issues. And so I think, we've all mentioned the idea of kind of the will to kind of to be honest with where some of these challenges are and how do we get there. I think, unfortunately, a lot of times that ultimately is the big question is we know where to go. It's just, can we get there?
Yeah, if I could just make a quick rejoinder. My point is not to enforce something and come down with a hammer on that farmer, but to say, there are actually alternatives, and maybe society we can find a way to pay you for that manure and do something useful with it, and to prevent some of the pollution problem, and to say we're all on the same page. But it's going to take an R&D investment and some creativity, et cetera, to get us over that hump. But it's not about creating adversaries.
Right. And we've made the same argument in terms of, the same runoff that causes nutrients to kind of result in water bodies also takes away topsoil. And so you would think from a farmer's perspective that the same controls that can prevent the valuable topsoil from running off would also prevent valuable nutrients from running off. So that's kind of a win-win situation. So again, I think we're in the same place, which is it's not meant to be pejorative or penalizing on anybody, but are there commonalities that we can come to, even in the trading world? Was something that there was a lot of talk about, that there's some economic benefit for everybody in terms of kind of going down that path. Ultimately, we never got there, but there's definitely it's a conversation that needs to continue.
So I just want to add on, though, to what Ryan said, and it's something that you've touched on, Robert. The fact is, it's a political situation to get there in the first place because there's an absolute mistrust that it's not meant to be pejorative, that it's meant to be in the best interest of everybody. And that is going to be something that's going to take a broad reset, I think, for all of the communities involved. And part of that is going to be on the regulatory side. Part of that is also going to be on the farmer side and the agriculture side itself, because there is an inherent mistrust between the two, because one views the other as an enemy, and whether or not the other views agriculture as an enemy in that situation is not my opinion. It's just the fact that we have this problem, and it's something we experience on a regular basis in Delaware, having a large agriculture state, in fact, having as much chicken waste as we have in our state. This is a very big problem for us at large. And I think before we can even talk about an R&D investment, before we can even talk about addressing these things from sort of like a scientific standpoint, we have to find a way to reset the political climate in which we can actually have the conversation in the first place.
Thank you. Alfredo, do you have any comments on this issue?
Well, Brian mentioned CAFOs, and the last time we looked at CAFOs was in 2008. And I know that since then, there have been a number of lawsuits that really limited EPA's authority to control discharges. So even we haven't looked at this issue in a while.
Okay, great. Bob, I know you have another question, but is it agricultural related? Okay, then what I would like to do is, because Jennifer texted and said she does have the agricultural related issue. Jennifer, do you want to ask your question before we go to Bob's second one?
Yeah, that would be great. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks. I'm appreciate everyone's comments around the agricultural issue. I work on conservation and fresh water in the Midwest in row crop context. And I was wondering maybe if I could get thoughts on how we change the mentality around targeted application of conservation, hotspots of problems, because what we see in the Midwest is if we don't do conservation like cover crops on every square inch of row crop land, we'll never meet the targets that are needed in order to reduce the very large downstream problems like Gulf of Mexico or Western Lake Erie Basin. But there isn't an incentive program in the world that could handle these kinds of acres. And even with the new carbon trading types of programs, I did some back of the envelope on a story that came out a couple of days ago, and they're paying farmers like $11 an acre for cover crops for carbon incentives. And that's not even enough to put cover crops on the ground. So how do we change? Is it public-private partnerships? How do we change it to an every square inch needs something in order to manage this problem? Sorry, that's probably too big of a question.
Wow. Good. Another easy one. John, do you want to help join us on?
So, Jennifer, Ryan's right. This is not an easy question, and it's not something that we can simply answer from, I think, our committee's perspective. I think it's going to take an administration-driven program that brings agriculture and the EPA to the table together to resolve this. I think it's going to have to come from somebody larger than Congress, to be honest with you, to get enough of the players to the table to talk about what you're driving. I mean, we're struggling right now to address basic water infrastructure investments, and those are things that I think Ryan and I look at the world and we're like, yeah, we absolutely need this much, like $5 billion a year in the clean water SRF to address, wastewater infrastructure needs across the country, and we're struggling to get people to agree to that. I think talking about a program of the massive size that you're referencing would definitely mean that we're going to have somebody like the president or the Secretary of Agriculture sit down and talk about how we structure this, what we do, and bring all of the agency heads together. And it's going to take our committees, it's going to take Senate Agriculture, House Agriculture, Natural Resources, Energy and Natural Resources in the Senate. We're all going to have a.
And the only thing I'll add to that, and I apologize, my interns, the four-legged kind of acting up right now. One of the bright spots of the last administration was the creation of the water sub-cabinet. And I think the reason for that is because, one of the challenges that a lot of people have identified on both sides of the aisle and in both parties is that there are so many federal players in terms of the water space that oftentimes are not speaking from the same voice or even in the same direction. So if there's a forum established to kind of start having these conversations about, what is the one hand doing, what the other hand is doing, they're useful. And John kind of briefly mentioned the idea of kind of getting away from this adversarial relationship between kind of the EPA side and the USDA side, or even Interior or the other agencies. I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I think there are places. Again, to put on my Jim Oberstar hat from many moons ago, he used to talk about talking to farmers up in upstate Minnesota, and he said that basically farmers got it. They water quality was essential to them because water was necessary for doing everything they were doing on their farm fields, and they didn't want to see polluted water running by their fields. So if you talk to them at a basic level, it was kind of a uniform understanding that yes, we all benefit from clean water. Unfortunately, sometimes when you add on top of it kind of regulatory authorities and enforcement authorities and all these other kind of buzzwords, it makes it harder. But I think, starting that conversation about kind of this commonality or these places where there can be win-win situations, as cliche as that might be, that's the way we got to get there, and bringing all the parties to the table. So again, that's why I think we're kind of, we're pleased by the sub-cabinet, because at least it creates a forum for some of those conversations to start happening. And I think that's probably what we really need to do.
Alfredo, has GAO looked at this issue at all?
So, recently we developed the disaster resilience framework, which is a framework that we've issued that people can use and ask questions about how can, if they're going to build resilience into the programs, any federal program, what are the kinds of things that you should be thinking about or asking about? And one of those things is incentives. Perhaps what we need is in all the federal programs that we have, if we somehow align incentives so that we get what we're trying to do, is one way to do it. So, these are really big questions. And I do agree that maybe the water subcabinet is also the place or the venue where you can talk about these issues and figure out some way forward.
Thank you. Bob, before we jump to your second question, Nusha has been patiently waiting. So let's let Nusha ask her question.
Thank you, Dave. Sorry, Bob. Thank you, guys. It has been a fantastic discussion. I really appreciate it. I have a couple, a compounded question. Hopefully, it's not going to take all the time. But on the rate assistance program, I put a comment in the list, sort of following on what John said. I'm wondering, why can't they just give the money? I'm assuming a lot of those people who need rate assistance for energy are the same people who need rate assistance for water. Why can't we just use the same information? Why do we need to do another siloed approach to water? That's my first question. The second thing is, I think on the infrastructure side, we are having all these discussions around infrastructure, and I brought this up yesterday too. Not enough discussion on data and tools as infrastructure, because I think you're sort of having all these conversations about we need to replace the pipes, we need to put a wastewater treatment plant, we need to do this. But these are all things that we built last century. Why do we need to build the same thing? Are we building the right thing? Are we putting it in the right place? Do we really need that thing? And I think the reason we don't really know what we need is we don't have enough good information on how people use water, how you're sort of disrupting the sector, where the recycling plants are going. So I'm wondering where the data and information fits into these discussions around infrastructure, beyond, yes, it's important, than rather being the thing that we are willing to put money into it and dollars would go into it. And I guess that's my compounded question. I leave it there.
John, you want to go first? Okay, I'll hit the second one first, and I'll probably leave the first one to John, because he's a lot closer to rate assistance than I have been of recent. With respect to kind of okay, what are we investing in, and is it the right investment? I think you're absolutely right. I think a lot of people are starting to ask those questions in terms of, yeah, okay, now I'll put on my Chairman DeFazio hat. He's working, in addition to doing the water bill, is doing the surface transportation bill. And I think the one thing he is saying is, look, this is a transformational opportunity. The last significant investment in our infrastructure from a highway standpoint was President Eisenhower. A lot's changed since the 1950s. In the same way, in the water sector, a lot has changed. In terms of kind of the exactly what is being built and kind of what their priorities are, I think some of it really depends on kind of the structure of how the Clean Water Act operates, because as you know, a lot of this money is distributed directly to the states. We, the federal government, don't decide kind of what actually gets built. We basically kind of hand the money to the states and say, okay, what's your priority list? What's your intended use plan? What are the priorities within your state borders of what you all should be investing in? I think where we, the federal government, get involved in is those incentives. Alfredo mentioned kind of asset management, things like climate resiliency, making sure that that's taken into account as you're looking at the next generation of wastewater treatment, looking at kind of materials and practices, making sure they're innovative, cost-effective, green where possible. There's a provision that's being bounced around in the Clean Water Act discussion today about really encouraging utilities to look at kind of resource recovery in terms of, is there methane that can be recaptured and plugged back in? There's examples where a lot of utilities have taken themselves off the grid because they've been innovative in terms of their investing. So I think where we, the federal government, get involved in is we incentivize kind of these decision points and saying, okay, you should be looking at cost effective, you should be looking at innovative, you should be looking at energy recovery, you should be looking at climate resiliency. Okay, states, what are you going to build? So I think we try to push them in terms of the policy bends that we're looking towards. And ultimately, we do leave it to the states to decide kind of where they are physically investing. Again, not everything is political, but everything is. I think if we switched the model and we did that, the EPA administrator was going to decide where all the money went, you would see a significant amount of kind of concern with that approach. And so I think ultimately, Congress has been comfortable with the idea of letting states decide where to invest. And I think ultimately the how is something we try and lean in as much as we can.
John?
So I don't have anything to add to what Ryan said on the second question, because I mean, that's exactly where we've been, and that's exactly what we've been doing. Let me talk about the affordability program at large and sort of the structure of how energy works versus the structure of how water works. So on its base level, Nusha, you are right. We can identify the people who need help with the way energy individuals are identified. That is not wrong. That is why Congress initially identified LIHEAP, the low-income program on that front, to identify those customers that need the assistance for water. And that's why we initially funneled the money to it through the COVID packages there. The complicated factor is water technology is not anywhere near the level of technology associated with electricity.
Yes, you're singing my song.
Yes, and it has been a real problem. It has been a real problem. So I know this is probably a simplified factor, and I've given this speech to every congressional staffer that ever asks the question, but water is metered to a building. Water is not metered to a faucet. And it is very hard to tell when you have renters what their water bill or their rate of use is. And in most cases, you have mixed level income renters in populations. So if you have a building with 20 renters, only 5 of them may be low income and may qualify for the assistance, or 19 of them may be low income and qualify for the assistance. But you don't actually know what their water usage rates are, the level to which they need to be subsidized or assisted. And that's where the complication of factors comes in. And that's why when the Senate structured its program this time around, instead of directly sending the money to the low-income customer based on what their bill is, it's to the utility based on arrears from customers where they have a predominance of low-income customers. Does that possibly bring in some moderate income customers? In some cases it could, but it allows the utility to get the debt from the arrears handled, so that does not get built into the baseline of what gets passed on to ratepayers at large. And then they can wipe off the debt for their low income customers that might qualify.
I appreciate that, John. And I think one thing I would say is I made that comment about data and gadgets and tools. And I would say one of the biggest problem, as you highlighted in the water sector we have, is we don't have proper metering. And that falls under that data and the tools that goes behind that data, which a lot of these utilities don't have, and they can't get money to invest in it because it's not great infrastructure that they can get money for.
So actually, Nusha, you're singing my song now, because I'm consistently talking about the fact that water is the hidden infrastructure that nobody wants to invest in until they absolutely have to invest in it. Nobody wants to, address water pipes that are perfectly good if they're below the ground, if it's not working. But the fact of the matter is, if people would invest in their infrastructure, do appropriate asset management, and think about life cycling of all of their equipment and technology, and appropriately invest, the costs of running these systems could be brought down.
Absolutely.
But the fact is, we didn't do that appropriately in the start. And now we're in a crisis situation where we have most of our systems across this country aging out, or unable to manage the population loads that they are facing on a regular basis. And as people are changing their water sources like Flint, and not having all of the science data behind whether or not that was a smart choice, they are suddenly going to have problems like lead intrusion into their drinking water, or other contaminant intrusions into their drinking water, or additional groundwater contamination from wastewater systems leaking, or stormwater problems. So at large, I agree with you. 110%, I agree with you that we need the appropriate technology. But I have to say, it comes back to a base function that we have a flawed structure in this country of how we get funding out for water infrastructure at large. And we need to find a way to make it affordable and accessible to every community in this country, regardless of income, so that we do not have populations left behind. And then we also need to put strict requirements on that infrastructure as it gets rebuilt to make sure it's appropriate life cycled, appropriately managed, and that we are talking about how we maintain it in a better fashion.
Alfredo, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, as John was saying, the water sector is behind the energy sector in dealing with the issue of demand and demand side management. There is a lack of smart data when it comes to water, so it becomes hard to incentivize, right? To incentivize savings, for example. So we've looked also at the water utility workforce, which is obviously important to make sure that you continue to improve this sector, because this is a sector where people are retiring. People don't want to go into this sector, especially in small utilities. So it becomes harder to deliver the service and find people that have expertise as well.
Thank you. So we've got about 10 minutes left in this session. Bob, do you still have a second question?
I do, and it leads right back. Alfredo just almost said it for me. And it's about human capital that I want to talk. And I'll start by just a quick story, which is I started my graduate education in water almost exactly when the Clean Water Act was passed. And one of the important things in the Clean Water Act was investment in education, graduate education, and R&D on how do you treat these wastes from municipalities and from industries. And there was a great engine that revved up in the 70s and into the 80s that pushed the country far ahead in terms of having the technology to do it. 10 years ago, I was at a seminar hearing somebody who was an expert on all the cutting edge things that are happening in wastewater, including nutrient removal, the kind of things that are going on at Blue Plains Sewage Treatment Plant, which is terrific. And every technology he talked about, he said, well, this one comes from Germany, and this one comes from Switzerland, and this one comes from this country and that country and the other country. And I said, where is the United States? And he said, the United States is basically out of the game. We're not leaders the way we used to be, and we need to be leaders in this. And in fact, it's an opportunities to make that an industry that matters to the country, and also simultaneously deal with the energy challenges, because the linkage between what you do with water and what you do with energy are so tight. And so I don't know whether GAO has taken a look at where we are in water related R&D and training and the workforce. But I think to move forward on any of these things, I think we have to pay attention. I don't know if any of you have any reactions from Capitol Hill.
I would just say, Robert, that's, and Ryan is going to probably echo this, we've actually quite heavily invested in workforce from the WRDA perspective within drinking water and wastewater. That's been a big priority of both committees for quite a while, and that will continue to be a big push of investing in that front. I would just say Radhika Fox has been making this statement for a while, and she's not wrong. Now is water's time. We are having so many instances of problems that it would behoove us to capitalize on the good crisis. And that's the only way I can think to describe it. We all need to recognize that we can coalesce around the problems that we're having and use it to propel us to the forefront of addressing these issues nationally, not only legislatively, but in a research manner and in a way of making the industry stronger across the country and internationally. So you've hit the nail on the head.
Ryan or Alfredo?
And the only thing I'll add to what John says is that's exactly right in terms of the kind of the workforce. I think we for years now have been hearing about kind of the graying of the wastewater utility workforce, and kind of they're working their way out, and there's not really this pipeline of kind of the next generation of kind of people coming into the kind of the utility workforce. And so I echo where John is we're trying to figure out a way to right that ship. In terms of either incentivizing at a state level or encouraging kind of greater educational kind of partnerships to kind of encourage the next generation of the workforce to enter this. And if federal investment's a way to help get there, I think that's something that at least John and my boss are strongly supportive of and trying to push that forward. On the technology side, I think you are absolutely right in terms of kind of there have not been these wholesale kind of breakthroughs from at least from a domestic standpoint. Why that is, it's hard to really put your finger on. I think some of it can be tied to the fact that we as a federal government are investing less in R&D across the board, not just in the wastewater sector. It's something that unfortunately, I don't know if it's that we think the private sector can do it better, faster, cheaper, or if it's just from a competition standpoint, but it's something that we have seen in a lot of different fields and not just in the water sector. And I think there's a desire to help right that ship in terms of trying to encourage investment in R&D at a federal standpoint. There are headwinds to that as well in terms of just, is it competition kind of with the private sector in that world? And so I think that is definitely true. And I think there are people who are trying to figure out a way to kind of resolve that issue. But again, it's not something that has been easily solvable on the technology side either.
Alfredo, do you have any comments
Yeah,
before
sure.
we move to our last question?
Sure. I mean, obviously the challenge, right, is this is a local responsibility, right? So the federal role is sort of, yes, EPA can work with labor to incentivize this area of work, but really utilities are also needing to do succession planning, right? But yes, it's an important area, because if we don't have clean water, then we're in trouble. So.
Actually, Robert, I have a question for you. Do you find universities actually engaged in this and that they want to pick up on it? Because I adjunct teach a class for the University of Texas, and a number of my students are engaged on the environmental sciences side. They care about water from that perspective, but they're not thinking about it from the infrastructure technology side. They're talking about it more from like a climate change side. They're not thinking about how do we invest in the workforce, or how do we make this stronger in providing. Do you think that's something that universities have been falling behind on because there hasn't been a federal program to support those types of grants and that type of research? Or do you think that there's more room for that?
Well, I don't have my background is within the federal government, so I can't really speak for the universities, except to say that I know that it has been extremely difficult for people who are focused on things like treatment processes to get funded over the last 20 years. And so that I think some of those programs have tended to wither, but I'd be happy to hear the university people on the board say how it looks from their perspective.
Thank you, Bob. Well, we just have about 5 minutes left. And what I'd like to do as we end here, first off, I want to thank each of our panelists, is I'd like to pivot to ask you the question, how can the Water Science Technology Board help? Where do you see there might be gaps where we could assist Congress and or GAO so that you can be more successful at what you're doing?
So I'll start. I think Robert actually brought up a really good point that's now making me question how much are we actually investing in R&D from the water side, and do we actually have the correct authorities and focuses on that? I would like to hear that from the Water Science Technology Board specifically. Like, where do we need to be focusing legislation to invest to grow this sector, and so that we can be addressing these problems that Ryan and I have been talking about?
Ryan?
I was actually just thinking of in terms of an NAS report that came out probably 2012, 2013, the science board looked at kind of how do we get our arms around this whole asset management issue, especially within the core world. It was definitely facing the issue of aging infrastructure, competing demands, kind of diminished federal presence in terms of investing in O&M on the core side. I know it was something that I think NISE had been engaged with the Corps in terms of a long-term, okay, what is the Corps' role in terms of, I think there was a name for it that Chief or two ago had for it. I think they're the hard challenges we're going to face is we have this portfolio of assets, both in the core world and in the EPA world. We have emerging challenges. We have declining budgets, and these things are all going to run headlong into each other. It may be useful from, at least for a congressional standpoint is, run scenarios out in terms of give us options of, okay, there's the kind of significant uptick in investment. There's the, baseline budget and declining assets. And what do we do with that? I think giving Congress some academic options in terms of how we're going to get our arms around these big infrastructure crises, challenges that we're facing right now would be really useful, because I think these are the issues we're going to have to eventually run headlong into and kind of have options at least on the table to discuss what kind of scenarios might play out.
Alfredo?
Sure, just a few thoughts. I mean, one of the things that I think is important to communicate, and I don't think we do this as well, and also the importance of the water sector, because we don't see the water infrastructure, right? It's underground. But really to study what the value of clean water is to the economy, we sort of take it for granted, right? So that's one thing. The other is just to better understand R&D priorities for the water sector. And then last, we've talked about data, how to better marshal federal data so that local users can use it better. So those are some thoughts.
Those are all great ideas. And I think from the Water Science Technology Board, I think I can say for all of us that we stand ready to help in any way that you see us possibly value adding to work that you're doing. So what I would like to do is take this opportunity to thank each of you for the time and effort that you've put in, not only today, but the service you've given the country in looking at these water issues. And I really want to thank you again for joining us today. So
really
Ellen,
appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
Ellen, I guess I'm supposed to turn this over to you now.
Yes, I guess I have the unenviable job of trying to summarize this great discussion. And not just today's, but also referring back to yesterday's discussions as well. First, I just want to say wow to the discussion we just had. What a great discussion about ways to tackle some of our wicked water problems. And my comment is, if only we could transcend politics, we could get something done. No offense to our congressional staffers, because I believe you are trying to. In the work you've done through many administrations. I know, Ryan, I've had the pleasure to work with you over the years. I don't understand how you still look the same, but I look different, you look the same. Anyhow, great discussion. Really appreciate everybody's attention to all of this. So, what I think is inspiring is that in our conversations today, we are still hearing the commonality in the important issues. Each agency really brought up the same kinds of issues that, every challenge we face seems to have a water component, climate change, environmental justice, infrastructure, disease surveillance, microplastics, emerging contaminants, you name it. Water is important, and each agency is dealing with these issues in some shape or form, which leads to the ability to do some better coordination. And I know GAO has a role in reminding all of the federal agencies about what they need to be focusing on. I know when I was at EPA, I really appreciated the GAO reports to give that focus and interagency aspect. So something really important that we heard from everyone is that linkages are needed between the hard science, data collection, monitoring, analytical methods, that type of thing. The social sciences, we don't bring them in enough. We heard that continually. And also the importance of communication of results and policy change. And that, our last set of speakers, they're relying on us to communicate the results of scientific studies in a form that they can act on and try to translate for the political representatives who make laws in this country. So I felt that was a great discussion. Also, the discussion on the need for implementable science. I believe that is the term that was used over and over, to make connections between collecting data, understanding data, taking action, and then communicating results and what we need to do differently. So those are all important aspects of our discussions. And that all leads to the overall message that we need to continue to break down the silos in water issues to jumpstart progress. And the silos between federal agencies, but also yesterday and today, it was brought up several times. Where are the states? Where are the local governments? Where is industry research? That all needs to be brought together as one, not considered, oh, well, that's a state issue. We can't talk about it, or we can't use that state research at the federal level. Many of our WSTB members pointed out that states are leading the way in a lot of these issues: water reuse, PFAS, research and regulation. Is just two right off the top of my head. So I sort of see that we've really identified a space for WSTB to help in breaking down these silos, and there's no one agency that is in charge of water. Everybody is dabbling in water to different degrees, and sometimes overlapping in what they're doing or even conflicting. So I really look forward. I think WSTB clearly has a role in the water space and a role in helping these federal agencies moving forward to positive change. I know we're going to have some great internal discussions about this tomorrow and in the meetings that follow. And I think these excellent presentations and discussions have really given us much food for thought. And with that, I guess I will turn it back to Deb to get us excited about tomorrow.
No, this is actually the end of our open session. So thank you both so much. Thank you all so much for joining us. And we hope you've enjoyed it. And that's all really actually I have to say.
And see everybody. We'll see the members tomorrow, right?
What time tomorrow, Deb?
We'll talk about that offline.
Okay.